How you guys doing today? Oops. Let's see, let's get to my above. Hey, there we go. Looks a little bit better. Oh, we're missing something here. Can't believe we're missing that. Let's see. Image. Bear with me a second here, guys. Trying to get everything set up here. Let's do this one. That'd be kind of big, but all right. How's that look? All right. Can't see if you guys can see anything here, so bear with me a minute. Da-dee-dee-dee. Hey, there we go. Hey, there we go. All right. Good morning, everybody. We are working on the original RC10 here. Actually, the new clear edition. You can see it on my shoulder here. This is the new kit here. Just released by Team Associated. Just got them in this week. If you had them on pre-order, I got 10 of them in. Actually got 9 because I kept one. Excuse me a second here. Thank you to Welby Knowles for letting me steal his to build. I do appreciate it. This is the RC10CC, the classic clear edition. All the parts inside are clear, so if we open this up here, of course it comes with a clear driver. And of course clear body, like normal. Ooh, this is the first time I've actually opened it. I opened it to get the instructions out. Bear with me a second here. Opening and get the instructions out. One of my customers, Sean King, he opened his instruction booklet, and page 3 and page 4 were completely blank. So it looks really dark in there, doesn't it? Is it better on the screen? It is not. What can I do to make this brighter? Holy cow, you guys are dark, isn't it? Bear with me a second here. See if we can brighten this up a little bit here. Maybe sort of. Not much difference, huh? All right, let's see. Oh, breaking my lights here, guys. So we get when you have two different cameras facing the one here in front versus the one above. Oh, the one above is so dark. Let me try something here. Let's see. Yeah, that one's connected. So where is that one connected to? Close up. That's me close up. Front camera. Front. And above. Okay, so let's go. Bear with me a second here, guys. Sorry, going dark here. Video capture device. Let's try this. Nope. Ooh, that might work. Still kind of dark though. All right, guys. Right there, it's just a bad glare, doesn't it? A little brighter. All right, we can play around here with these here, guys. Let's see. Let me try something here above. Overhead camera. Configure videos. Configure video, yes. It just does not get any better, does it? Sorry guys, bear with me a minute here. Try to see if I can get this a little brighter. It's usually not this dark. That looks a little better, doesn't it? Oh, now it goes back to dark. What the heck? Configure video. Video decoder. I assume there's like a save down here. Save that I can't see. Oh, why can't I see the save in the bottom? Sorry, guys. Oh, it's like Sean King's missing the outer jacket. Last page as well, huh? Let's see here. Bear with me, guys. Let's see, video decoder, perhaps. Okay, hey, there we go. I don't know how I did it, but sure, there we go. That seems a little better, a little brighter, guys. All right. Sorry about that. All right, we have the RC10 clear car here. You open it up. Of course, you have a clear, nice clear wing stuff. I'm gonna set these aside. I'm not going to quite use these later. I'll paint them later, but not during the video here. I kind of run out of time. So we're going to set those aside. Associated has re-released this body, though, just so you know. They also have released the ball cups, which is kind of cool. If enough of you guys voice your opinions, you will. They will hear you and allow you to allow them to make new parts for the original car. Here is the chassis. If you notice, the chassis does have the holes in the bottom for the stealth transmission. No stamp on it. There's no A, B, C, D stamp on the back. It just has no stamp, which kind of figured they'd do that. They figured put a D stamp or something like that into it. It looks like it's a really well-made stamped chassis, just like the original basically was. It's a little bit of a fold over the edge. We can kind of compare it here. I actually do have an original RC10 here. It's dirty. I need to really clean it up. Oh no, I guess that edge is kind of there. This is just more pronounced on this side right here, along the top edge right here. Versus the top edge on this one here. This right here is an A stamp. This is probably a Cadillac. This might be. I don't know. I haven't taken the motor out or anything like that. I really need to sit down and clean this one up. It's got a broken steering belt crank in it, which I gotta find. I should have one later on somewhere. But this does have the original wiper arm speed control, which I wish this kit came with. But the original wiper arm speed controls in this one here. Servos in this are not quite period correct. These are Duratrack servos. SX100s. I don't know when those were made. But it's got the original Associated motor in it. It just needs cleaned up, really. It's actually a pretty decent kit. It has a few scratches just on the bottom, but not really that bad. But it is an A stamp. It's got A stamped on both sides. It does have these are 9-row. I think there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-row front wheels on it. It's all bushined, of course. The original RC10 did come bushined. Something I did find. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good at all. Oh well. Nothing I can do about it now. RC10, let's keep talking here. Let's go clear stuff here. You have bag J. You have, let's see, bag G. These are shocks. I just figured how small these shocks are compared to nowadays shocks. Here are the clear. Here's a good example of clear air. I'm just kidding, God, you really can't see those in the glare, can you? Let's see if I move these back up here, maybe. Shining straight down. Bunch of parts here. The bottom bag had the instructions in it, but also has a cool decal sheet here. Oh, I didn't see the second one. So you can actually recreate the original RC10 paint job on it. It's done really well. You know, it's a Roar sticker and everything. Can't wait for this. This is exciting. I've been excited about this kit since they announced it. Alright, let's put some of the stuff in here. I know we need bag 1. Bag A, sorry. Bag A. Bag A has a nose piece in it. Alright. Just left other things out here. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. I have my phone here in front of me. Try and do it on Facebook, though. I can't see YouTube yet. Let's see. Maybe I can pull up YouTube on my TV here. Let's see here. YouTube. There you go. Oh, that's bag G. What did I do? Put the wrong bag away? Yeah, I did. Alright. Let's make sure I put that on mute. Oh, there's my live. There we go. All right, here we go. That was a little bright on there, isn't it? Let's move things down a little bit. Sorry, guys. We're going to try and figure some things out. Configure video. Great, now it won't let me do it. There it is. Properties. Video. Pro map. Let's turn brightness and contrast down a little bit. Maybe contrast down a little more. Alright. See if that makes things any better. Ooh, that's a little better. Alright, let's try like that. That's not so bright. Alright, we're going to open up this first bag here. Oh. My sound mute, so you guys will get two sounds here. Hey, Chad Maroney, how's it going? Alright. Miss having you guys out here too. See how bad this building skills are, yes. I haven't built an original RC10. Hasn't really been that long. I guess it's been since the last re-release came out, which would have been 2013, I think it was. So you guys want a little bit of knowledge here. Let's see. History. What did I do with it? No, not history. Oh, history. I want to do here. Favorites. Evolution of the RC10. Okay, RC10 tool drive buggy has a long and illustrious career. Let's see. The original RC10 came out in 1984. There were 5 versions of it. Basic kit had less electronics, less bearings. It sold for about $188. The full kit, the 610 kit was a full kit, less batteries, less bearings, for $225. The 612 kit was full kit, less batteries, body, wing, and bearings for $215. The 6016 kit was a full kit with ball bearings, less battery, for $290. And the 620 kit was a full kit with battery pack, less bearings for $265. Bearing kit back in the day was $80. You can now, so this re-release kit does not come with bearings, but it does. You can find some through like Avid. Avid sells these for $16. They're just the basic ones. I don't need to put ceramics in this. Honestly, this is most people are going to be putting this on a shelf, so bearings aren't that necessary. But I kind of like putting bearings in things, so we're going to put, for $16, I'll put bearings in it. Let's see. In 1989, so 5 years later, is when Horizon Hobbies came out with the TQ10, which was the first version of the RC10 to come with a graphite chassis. Also, 89 was the first year that the stealth transmission came out. I know this because it made its first debut at Roar Nationals in Livermore, California. I was there. I could have bought one of the early prototypes that they had. They were selling early versions of it in the hobby shop, and you could buy it. There was no guarantee of parts or anything like that. They weren't sure if what they made to sell there was going to be production or not. So I ended up not buying one. I kind of wish I would have, but I never ended up not buying one. In later 89, the RC10 Graphite came out. In 1990, the Championship Edition came out with the longer front A-arms on it. That one right there, let's see, between 188 to 290 looks like. Yeah, full kit with ball bearings was 290. Basic kit, all with less electronics, was 188. I also had turnbuckle tie rods on it. That was probably the first kit with turnbuckle tie rods. I don't think graphite had woven graphite chassis. So I found this AssociatedElectronics.com apps. It's actually from Associated, I guess. This kind of lists the sequence events of everything for the RC10. They need to update it a little bit because I think it stops. Let's see, it goes a long way. If it goes all the way down, the 22 6.4 team kit came out. Oh, it's got the classic clear kit on here now too, so it's all on there. But you can find it just, I think I typed RC10 release or something like that. And it popped up. It's actually a team associated. If you can go apps, apps.associatedelectrics.com, and I think you go through there. But it tells you all their wins they've had with the car. It's kind of a cool thing. Let's see, where was I at? 1990, a team car came out. 1992, the Championship Edition updated came out. That sold for about $230. 1994, World's car came out. 1995 was when we went to the B2 with the plastic chassis. 97 was the B3, which didn't really change a lot. Changed front shock tower, A-arms, a couple other things, I think. Let's see. The factory team B3 came out in 2000. 2003 was the B4, new platform. And then a bunch of B4s around there. Let's see. Then B41 was 2012. B42 was 2013. 2013 was also the B4.1 with the big bore kit on it. That's when they went from 10mm shocks to 12mm big bore shocks. That was also the start of the cab forward bodies. Let's see, B4. 2013 is when they re-released RC10 Classic, which I do have one around here somewhere. Let's see. Bear with me a second here. Let's see. I knew I had one around here somewhere. So, this right here is the RC10 Classic re-release. This came out in 2013. I'm honored to be given this by a friend of mine. And I will probably never open it. I do have another one that is opened that I need to work on. But this right here will stay probably sealed for quite a long time. I really do appreciate it. But this was the RC10 Classic. This is re-released in 2013. And then the World's Car 2014 was re-released. B5 came out in 2014 along with the B5M. Let's see, what else is there? 2016 was a B6 and B6D. Also 2016 is when they released the B6.64D, when they actually got back into four-wheel drives, and actually that's when four-wheel drives started becoming more durable. Let's see. 6.1 came out in 2018. 74 came out in 2019. New four-wheel drive. 6.1 DL. Let's see. 6.2 came out in 2020. Along with 6.2D. 6.3 came out in 2021. And 6.3D also 2021. Let's see. RB10. The re-release of the B5 platform came out in 2021. And then the 6.4 kit came out in 2022. So that's basically the timeline for everything. You'll hear original RC10s, like I called this a Cadillac. Oops. I called this one right here a Cadillac. Could be an early Endinger. You'll hear a lot. And what they're basically talking about is when Team Associated first came out, they were on Endinger Avenue, I think it was. Oh, let's see here. Where do I have it at? I have one around here somewhere. So this, I have a bunch of boxes above me over here. This right here is an Endinger box. This is what the original RC10 came in, and you can see they used to be on 1928 East Endinger. I don't know if you can read that, in Santa Ana, California. Later on, they moved to Cadillac, and I have the box. I don't have original Endinger car, but I do have a box. And it's kind of cool because it shows all the Endinger parts, the bottom shock caps, which were more of a cup that the shock spring sat in. But that's what that is right there. That is the Endinger box. It's probably one of the cooler things I have besides the classic kit that I have as well. One day maybe I'll show off my whole collection. Let's see here. Okay, building this car, it's going to be kind of weird because you're going to need all standard stuff. And I had to search through a lot of my stuff. As a matter of fact, I forgot a couple things here. Stay. I'm going to need that one and those there. Had to put away all my metric tools and scrounge to find any of my standard tools. So tools you're going to need, let's see what it say here. You're going to need it really shows here. Allen wrenches. You'll need an 035, which I didn't see. Did they even give you Allen wrenches in this kit? Oh, they did. Alright, so they give you Allen wrenches in this kit. This really small one down here, that's an 035. It's a pain in the butt. But, let me see here. Have it around here somewhere. Image. Give me a second here. Didn't quite get everything done I wanted to get done. Make this look flawless and professional, which sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not. But if you go by this wrench right here, so those of you that are wondering, does MIP make a wrench? Well, they kind of do. They make a .09, which I don't know if you can see that or not. Oh, there you go. They make a .09 hex driver, part number 9012. .09 in millimeters is .035 and some change. So it's pretty close. You should be able to use this on those screws because that wrench is a pain to use. I will tell you that right now. Once we get to it, I'll show you a shortcut on how to make this wrench work a little bit better. But in this, you'll need a 035, 050, you'll need a 5/64 and 3/32 are the Allen wrenches. Nut drivers you're going to need, I'm going to use MIPs here, 3/16. Oops, let's get that off here. Where'd it go? Book. There we go. We're going to use 3/16. We're going to use quarter. And we're going to use 11/32. These are the sizes you'll need for nut drivers. Which they don't really talk about that in here, do they? Tools needed, Allen wrenches, shock building tools. They kind of missed that on here. That's all right. We'll get them fixed. All right, so we're on bag A, step 1. You have a nose plate here. Oh, it looks like we need a chassis. You'll need some Loctite, of course. Little trick I do on Loctite to make it so it doesn't make as big of a mess or anything like that. I'm going to use purple Loctite. So I take a bag and put a drop on the bag. That way you can dip it in there. You're not making a mess, because you try and put this on there and squeeze, it's going to make a big mess, and it's not the best. All right, so anything that goes in the metal, you should really try and... Oh, hey, those are hexes. Whoa. That's kind of nice. So these used to be Phillips head. These are now hexes. So that is actually really nice. I kind of like that. Look at that. Now, usually a problem... Oh, people are going to be yelling for these. Oh, yeah, look at that. So there's... On these screws, there are a certain degree angle. Let's see here. I did have... There are a 15 degree... let's see here. Oh, what the heck's going on here? Here we go. 100 degree. Sorry, 100 degree screws. A lot of people are going to be wanting these screws. These are really cool. Okay, Associated, you need to make these available. Hey, Sean McGill. Actually, no, Carrie Adams, I don't know. I keep thinking I don't have a lot, but every time I start counting it, it ends up a lot more than I thought I had, so it could be. All right. So we'll put these in here, and actually I'm going to put a little bit of Loctite. I know I told you don't drip them on here, but I'm going to, because the only part that's really threaded in is the very bottom part into this. I'm going to put just a little bit on there. Be careful, you don't want to strip this out. I probably put too much on. A little bit of thread lock goes a long way. Okay, I'm going to say this throughout the whole video. Team Associated, you need to make these and sell these screws separately. I mean, you need to make the rest of the parts too, but let's start baby steps. You did bodies, you did ball cups. Let's make these screws next. These screws are amazing. Hopefully the rest of the screws that go in the bottom are just the same. All right, so there's that there. We have one in the middle. A little bit of Loctite on it. And screw that in there. Just till it's snug. Don't over tighten things, you'll strip things out. Alright, this is actually an old Thorpe wrench. This is before MIP. MIPs are, you can see, MIP took over the design of them, and this one right here is just really, really old, and I probably really need to cut that down or buy a new wrench, but it's a 3/32. I don't use it that much, so I had to dig it out for this. Alright, now you're going to take two of these washers, put them here on top, just like that. And ball studs. So this is where you're going to need a 3/16 ball stud, or a 3/16 nut driver. It's like that there, and these are going to go, let's see, center and out. Oh, it doesn't work very well. Hey, there we go. That one's better. Now, because these are made of polycarbonate plastic, I wouldn't recommend using a cordless drill in these. I'd just be afraid you're going to crack them if you're not careful. As soon as they stop, you're good. So let's see, this one right here is going to go on this side here, just like that. There's a tool my brother made a long time ago, and I dug it out. I dug out a couple special tools that I found while looking around through some of my stuff. Hey, my iPad's back up now. Alright. That goes like that. And this piece right here is going to go across the top like this. So this right here is a servo saver. It's designed to actually flex a little bit.
One sec.
When you hit... Oh, no, that's not... I didn't want to talk to you. So it's designed to flex as you hit things. It's designed so it doesn't break the servo as much. The problem with this was it did flex too much, so it caused your steering to wander a little bit. So what some people do is they will take zip ties and run a zip tie, a small zip tie, and run a small zip tie around here and around here. And that'll prevent this from flexing as bad and make it a little bit more consistent. So I'll put that there. And then nuts on top. These are 8/32 nuts. And you need an 11/32 nut driver for this. Now in the picture it says tighten 8/32 nuts until snug. If I tighten it until snug, that means this bell crank doesn't rotate freely. So you want to back it off just to the point where this rotates freely. So go down to where it's snug. And don't over tighten it, just till it stops. Like that, and you see this is tight. You don't want that to be tight. You want to loosen it up just to where now you can see these move freely under their own. Just like that there. That's perfect. Alright. Oh, I missed a step, didn't I? Alright, so how many do we need here? Holy cow, 4. Alright, so this is going to go into plastic. So we're not going to thread lock this. Alright, so 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a front body mount. If you're going to use Velcro or something like that, you don't have to put this on. You can skip this step. Just make sure when you are... Let's see, do I have a small... probably this will work. When you're putting it in, make sure the pin that goes through it goes through sideways like this, because that way the body clip can go in. If it goes front and back, the body clip won't be able to clip in. So make sure this hole is going left or right. Alright, so there we go. That is, I kind of do 2 steps in one. That's step 1 and step 2. So I get everything. So I got everything. Those nuts in the picture look plastic, but they are steel. They call them steel. All right, so now we are on bag B. So I got to dig out bag B here. All right, let's see what's in bag B. Hopefully everyone's having a great morning, Monday morning out there. So these are clear parts. They're very clear, kind of cool. All right. Try to clean up these little flash points a little bit. They broke off pretty cleanly. Alright, A-arms. Oh, these things are so small, so itty bitty. Sure I'm not throwing away anything I need. These are flush cut side cutters. Work great for clearing out, cutting pieces flush. Let's see here. My little organizer over here. Designed more for screws than anything else, but works for hinge pins and stuff like that. I always try and separate out my screws the same size so they're easier to find when you need them. This was made by I made a request to one of my customers and they made this for me. I love this thing. Alright, washers, nuts. I do apologize for taking long. I try and separate out all this stuff so it's easier to find. Let's see. Is there... Alright. Okay. Oh, something I should do. Hold on a second here, guys. I'm just realizing stuff here. Also, if you're looking for screws for your original RC10, go to Team K&K. They carry those 100-degree screws. They work really well. Bear with me a second here. Things you have to remember when you're edit post. What else do I need? Oops. All right. So I gotta make sure I tag associated my video here. Maybe they'll share it for me. Who knows? Alright, so we're on bag B, step 1. Ooh, one more bag here to open up. I'm amazed. I sit here. I don't know if you guys do it too, but you know, you sit here, you didn't move, but yet somehow my scissors have completely disappeared that I was just using. Amazing. I don't have more scissors, but I know I was using scissors here. Alright. Oh boy, back to the Jesus clips again. For those of you who have done this before, you'll understand why they're called Jesus clips. For those of you who haven't, after using them for a while, you understand why they're called Jesus clips. These are 1/8 inch E-clips, nice and shiny silver. I will say, I do appreciate Associated kind of making things a little bit better on some things. I do like the silver E-clips. They used to be black. For this kit, at least, because it's a shiny chassis, it makes it look really good. Let's see here. Ball studs. So we're going to need front camera blocks, 30 degrees. And we're going to need 3/16 nut driver. And let's see here. How do you tell which side's which? It doesn't really tell you which side's lift, and it doesn't really have listed which is left and right. Oh, it does have say left or right. So on this right here, it does say left. It's in a little imprint. So you know this is the left side, so you know this has to go here. Just so it stops, and then you have to rebuild the right side as well. So you should have two mirror sides. So you want to put the ball stud in on the side that doesn't have the marking for left or right. There we go. So, left, right. All right, now we're going to need these here. We're going to need some axles. And push these in. Well, that's a lot easier than it used to be. These used to have to push in really hard. They were kind of a snug. And then you have to put a clip on the back side of it. Goes right here, just like this here. And we'll need some neo-nose pliers. If you just grab here like this, squeeze, really careful. Makes it a little bit easier. I wonder, let's see here. All right, we're going to try something here. Scene 2. All right, I have another camera up here. I have way too many cameras up here. Let's see. Hey, that's not bad. Not too bad. All right, there's a little bit better close up there. We can turn this one off and on. So when you do this one here, let's see if that's a little bit better. It is hexed here, and this goes through the hex side just like this, and this picks up just like that there. Let me try something out here. Ooh, look at that. Let's go here and let's overhead camera. Hey, there we go. Now we can go really, really tight here. All right, so you're gonna stick it through far enough to where that piece just comes through. You're gonna put an E-clip in the groove. It's right there on top. And just like that there. So, all right, so there is, we need a nut on the back side still. All right, so we're gonna need a ball stud. It's gonna go in this hole right here. 3/16 nut driver. Somebody's trying to call a shop right now. I'm not there. And I need a little bit of Loctite on this. Oops. There we go. And you need one of these quarter nuts. 440 nuts here. Oops. Just like that there. You need a quarter nut driver. Tighten that. Be careful again so you don't break it. It goes there. Those both have clips on them. Oops. Now this one's got to be opposite of this one here. So you want this on this side here. A little blurry on my end. All right, let's see if I can fix that here a little bit. Let's see. Sorry guys, trying to fix my YouTube feed here. Oh, that one's... The other one might be better. Switch back to the other one. That one might be better. That camera might not be good, too good. I've got to find better cameras. All right. So we put that in there. Of course, a little bit of Loctite on there. There we go. Quarter drive. So it stops. Don't over tighten that because you will break it. All right. So there you go. That is bag B, step 1 done. Let's see here. Bag B, step 2. Looks like you're going to need A-arms. This will be the right side. This is going to be the left side. Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah, right, left. There we go. So down here in the bottom, it says right or left on it. And then this will go there, that will go there. Okay, so first thing we're going to need is the outer pins. Let's do this outer stuff here first. Outer pins, let's see. So the shortest of all the hinge pins you have are going to go out here first. And what I'd recommend you do is put an E-clip here first. RC Flyer. Other camera's better. You almost had it perfect. You think so? All right, let's see. So I can do that here. Let's see. Boop. There you go. It's still blurry. I don't know why. Could be affected by lens needs cleaned though. I can't reach my lens. Ooh, 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 did I get it? Looks really clear on that screen over there. That's, I got like 3 screens going here. But hopefully that's better. All right, a little closer here. So this right here is going to go here, just like this. You're going to drop your pin right down through it. Oh, this is so nice. So when you built the original RC10, it was not this nice. You had to make parts fit, and it wasn't really the bad engineering skills. It just was back then. Ooh, I made that one wrong. Look at that. See, this happens when you are talking while you're trying to do stuff here. Let's see. So here we need to E-clip off, small flat blade. Just in that little notch there. Put these right there. You go. But all this used to fit real snug together, and you had to make it work. I mean, this was 40 years ago. Technology and mold making and architectural design, everything has changed a lot. So it's not like they could make that good of a mold back then. As a matter of fact, rumor has it when they remade the RC10, they lost a bunch of the original drawings. So they had to take a kit. That thing just really goes in and out of focus, doesn't it? Still looks good over here, but it looks horrible over here. Sorry guys, I'm talking to myself and I don't care for that camera. Wow. How's it look online? Let's see, Facebook guys, what do you think how's it look online? Let me know. Social, Facebook. Maybe it's just my TV that looks bad. Oops, come on. How do I change? Oh, see, it looks terrible. Oh, see, it looks terrible. No. See, even my table's blurry. There you go, that's better. There we go. Definitely need to find a new camera. Alright. So that's that side there. We're going to move this side here. Short hinge pin. E-clip. Alright. Through the top. Go. E-clip on the bottom. There we go. Turns nice and free. Let's try to focus on my hands. I think it loses focus over here. I don't know. Let's see how this looks. Alright, I think this one looks better here, guys. Sorry. Oops, we're going to go, let's see, overhead camera. We're going to make it so it zooms in a little bit more for you guys. How about that? Alright, that's a little better. I like that one better. We're going to go with that one. Alright, so now I have to put this on here. We're going to need the next length hinge pin. Again, put an E-clip on. One E-clip. There we go. All the way through. E-clip on the back side. One side done. I just realized that list that Associated has, I don't think they listed when the 10T came out. It had been 89, I know that. 89, 90. 90 maybe? Alright, hey look, someone else is trying to call the shop. Sorry, I'm not there. Let's see, what's next? We got that done there. Next we're going to need shock tower and shocks. So hey MIP, you need to make these. Alright. Ooh, yeah, that's warm. Alright, the one spot you're going to need. These screw in tight. There we go. That's self-threading in there. Not going too fast. Alright, then we're going to need a washer on each one. These are really nice washers. Associated, I want you to release these washers too. These washers are really nice. The question is, will my nut driver go down that far? Oh, it will. Okay, so if you're keeping count, things Associated needs to remake. I know parts are number one on anyone's list, but the screws with Allen head, 100 degree, you need to make those. You need to make these washers. These washers are really cool. Alright, what else? Oh, ball studs. 2 ball studs, they go on the same side, and we're going to put it in the inner hole. So bottoms out. There we go. Now we need a little bit of Loctite, and unfortunately, because now I use purple Loctite. It's not quite as strong as blue, and technically blue Loctite, according to the specs on blue Loctite, like a 1/4 inch in diameter is the smallest screw you're supposed to use that on. So I switched down to purple. There we go. There's those there. Now we're going to need, hopefully these go straight through. They do. Good. These are going to screw on to the hole that's right here. I used to do all these, and I thought I was going to bring some with me, but I didn't bring them with me. Bondis used to make hand drivers. That's how I used to build all these kits with. This is before I realized how good MIP tools were, or the Thorpe tools were. The handles on them were probably no bigger than this, honestly. I don't know how I built stuff with them. There we go. So there you go. That you have that there. Now this right here is going to go right here. And we'll use these screws here. I will say the finish work on the holes, at least for the front nose piece on mine, are pretty kind of chewed up a little bit. But the screw hides it, so it doesn't make that much of a difference. Oh, unfortunately, Ryan, I've already seen like half a dozen people posting their built pictures already. I got these Saturday, and of course I have to wait till my day off to be able to do stuff like this. I know Monday's kind of a weird day for builds, but it's the only day I have off. I prefer to spend my Sundays with my wife, and so I have Mondays to do this. A little bit of flash on the outside. There we go. I hope I'll be the first build video. I've seen a couple other people do build videos on this, but they just have done here and there videos. They haven't done a start to finish one. So I can't wait to... I thought it'd be a fun video to do. I was excited to do it. I was so excited I had to steal this from one of my customers. I do have a policy at the shop where I come last when new kits and stuff like that come out. And when I saw this kit came out, I knew I wanted one right away. So I'd like to thank Wellbeing Halls again for donating his kit. He was one of the first 10 people on the list to get one. He told me I could have his kit for this build. So I do appreciate that. I really do. I'd like to thank Associated too for getting me 10 kits. I know some places didn't get that many. I do appreciate getting that many though. So there's that there. Now we have 2 more. Okay, Associated, you should have thrown in more E-clips. For people who've never dealt with E-clips, make sure you don't lose any, because it looks like there's none that come extra in the kit. So when they go flying across the room, you don't have to go searching for it. Rule of thumb when you do an E-clip, it's like I clipped it in here. You want to make sure it's actually in the groove, so if you kind of hold it and spin, you'll kind of feel it pop in place. And you know it's actually set in place. If you can't rotate it around that groove, then it's not set in place and it will fall out. That's a little snug. Alright, so we're going to put these in like this. For those of you who don't know Ryan Raffius owns Anchorage House of Hobbies up in Anchorage, Alaska. And almost every Tuesday he does a build of some kind. So make sure you follow him and see what he's got going on. He has a more of a generalized hobby shop. But they build all kinds of cool things up there. They have some cool videos they do too, out in front of their shop and inside their shop. So if you can, make sure you follow him. I think he's almost at 1,000. No, it's gotta be more than that. How many followers are you at right now? You're almost at an edge right now. Almost at a prefaces. Let's see. Will it show me? Come on. Anchorage House Hobbies has 9.9 thousand followers, so make sure you go follow. Oh, he is 24 away from 10,000. So make sure you go follow Ryan. Anchorage House of Hobbies. Make sure you go follow them. They do a bunch of fun stuff up there, so make sure you do follow them up there. Let's see if we can get them over 10,000. He's super close right now. So make sure you follow Anchorage House of Hobbies and Ryan up there. Swipe left. Oh, there. All right. So hopefully we can get him in our 24 likes on his page before this is all done to get him up over 10,000. All right, there we go. So that is all the way to bag B, step 4 done. Bag C is next. Ooh, transmission. Ooh. All right, we're on bag C already. I'm still amazed how quickly I can lose a pair of scissors. I don't know where those went to. Ooh, these ones suck. Let's see. All right. Ooh, clear cover. That's kind of cool. You're gonna have a little party. You better have a big party. You guys deserve it. You guys have been rocking it up there, doing a great job with your videos. Yes, that's something cool that Anchorage House Hobbies does. The month of December, they find a local food place, and every lunch day they go to a different food place and eat food, have food delivered there to the shop, and they eat food from different places and show pictures of yummy, delicious food. It's kind of hard to watch sometimes because all that food looks really good. All right, I hate these scissors. Oops. All right, let's throw them to the ground. These are usually my favorite scissors, but I think I've had them too long. I think they're worn out. These are Joyce Chin scissors. They work really well. All right. Oh, excuse me. All right, my biggest question is, I was wondering, oh, they did. All right. All right. One of the first changes you see in the kits. Oops. Over here. There we go. There we go. One of the first changes you'll see, major changes that wasn't in the kit, is this gear right here. It's 48 pitch. The original RC10 came with a 32 pitch gear. I don't do root beer. I do Monster. I'd love a root beer, but I'm really tired this morning, so I need a Monster. A root beer is just not going to do it for me. Unless they make some kind of energy drink root beer. Ooh, that might be good. Little felt pieces. I like the white. They used to be black, kind of a grayish black. Oh, there's where there's where the snap ring pliers is at. I see. Oh, there it is. I'm like, where's my centerpiece at? I do like the black anodization on all the stuff. This, in the original kit, was all kind of a natural steel color. Especially these were natural steel color. That was natural steel color. Diff tube. For those of you who have no idea what this is called a diff tube. Why I know that still after all these decades, I have no idea. So something kind of cool. Let's see if I can find it here. Just, we'll get off base here every now and then on this. Let's see, image. Browse. Ooh. So back in 1986, December of 1986, my parents opened MHOR RC Raceway. This is me. Yes, that's me. A long time ago. I would have been 14 years old. You can see there's no second or third sliding walls on the pegboard in the back, and you can actually see, let's see, I think I'm handing, if you can see it here, let's see, oops. I kind of see my burrs cut out on the side over there. So this is my dad, back in 1986, long 30 years ago. He would have been almost my age right now, actually. So if you look in the case here, let's see. Let me make this any bigger. Oops. That one's. Oops, come on. Old school. There we go. A little bigger. If you look in the case right in front of me, that is an original RC10 kit. In the case, Team Associated has been with MHOR RC Raceway since we started. If you look back on the back wall, hanging above my dad's head, that is a Ranch Pit Shop Yokomo Pro SE, I believe it is. Come on, let's see. Sorry guys, I resized this while I was playing around here a little bit. Alright, so yeah, that was the Yokomo Pro SE kit, Branch Pit Shop Edition. That was the, so that right there shows that we've carried Team Losi and Team Associated since basically day one. Team Losi didn't have RC cars. We basically carried pinion gears, and that Ranch Pit Shop Edition Yokomo, that's a YZ870C, that's the SE edition. It's one of the few kits I wish I would have kept, along with the RC10, of course. But I've got a bunch of RC10s. I have no Yokomo Pro SEs. I know we're getting off base here with Yokomo talk. That's just kind of some background, how things have changed. Yeah, if you notice in that picture, let's see. If you notice that picture, the walls are brown in color. Let's see. There, you can see a back window here. This back window to the left of the picture is what goes back to the back office. It's now covered in pegboard. So a lot of things have changed. I mean, yeah, there's shelves now in front of this window here to the right. The window that's on the right side, that's now covered up with shelves that hold all of our kits. So a lot of things have changed quite a bit. We have a phone there. Haven't had a phone there in a long time. I completely forgot we had a phone there. But this is when we're just starting to get ready to open. So this would have been early December of 1986. Kind of an old picture there. Just kind of fun. Ooh. Yeah, I miss my dad too, Gary. All right, I'm gonna put bearings in this kit, so we're gonna set those to the side. Let's see, one more thing here. It really bugs me. Where are they? All right, let's see. That can go there. Oops, let's see here. Overhead camera. Let's move this over a little bit. There we go. All right. So we are on bag C, step 1. Let's see. First things first, you need this little pin here, and inside this, oh, nope, wrong shaft, this shaft right here, there's a little hole here. So this pin has to go into this hole. And you just want it to where it sets about halfway through, and the reason for that is that pin is going to line up in this notch that's in this bottom plate. Spline plates, they call it. Sometimes you have to dab it in there with the Loctite. Then you're going to take this nut here, tighten it on. 11/32 nut driver. Tighten that up there. All right. Next thing, we're going to need this piece right here. It's going to go through here like this. Now there is a bowed E-clip here, okay? So this big E-clip right here, it's bent. So it has a bow to it. Don't straighten it. First thing we're going to do is we're going to put washer down. Try and put this washer down. That washer fits just a little bit snug over the outside of, once you get on there, it's good. And then you're going to put the bow here. And you want the bow, when it looks like this, you want the bow to be facing this way. It's going to crown towards this pin, and the sides that go down will be against the spline plate. Just like that there. Just like that there. There we go. All right, just like that there. So that right there is bag C, step 2 done. Next, we're going to need some bearings. So Avid sells these bearings. You can look them up. They have them listed under the clear kit. But what you're going to need, there should be 2 3/16 by 5/16 unflanged bearings and 2 3/16 by 5/16 flange bearings. So normally you put this one bearing in, this bushing in that's really thick. What you want to do is you're actually going to put 2 bearings in those places. So you're going to put a bearing down first and then another bearing on top of it, just like that there. If you're going to use bearings, if you're going to put bushings in, you're going to put just the one bushing in. Now, I'm going to get ahead of myself here a little bit. Let's put this in first. So this is a little snap ring plier. This thing will go flying across the room quicker than you can sneeze. What you need to do is if you have snap ring pliers, they work really well, but most people don't have snap ring pliers. So what you need to do is tuck one side in. Hopefully you can see that a little bit better. And what you're going to do is you're just going to kind of squeeze. Excuse my thumb covering this here. Squeeze in just like that. And there's a little ring, a little notch that's cut out of that. You just want to make sure that snap ring goes into that groove. Just like that there. All right. So this right here is going to eventually go onto here like this. Okay? Just like that. All right. And you're going to use this little small 440 by 5/64 wrench. Nope. 16th. Sorry. There you go. So used to button heads being 5/64 or 2mm. A little bit of thread lock on there. And go. All right. So that's there like that. All right. So in the kit, well, the way you build a kit, this is the way you build a kit. No big deal. If you want to do something that's kind of a little newer style, they would put bearings in this case right here when you put this in here. There would be a bearing supporting this. But the problem is when you have a bearing supporting this, you can't have two bearings in here. So what you do is you actually cut this shorter so it will support one bearing, and then you put a bearing on the outside, which is a 1/2 by, what was it? Let's see. 1/2 by 3/4? See how good I am. No. 3/8 by 5/8 bearing is what originally went there. So if you wanted to put a bearing out here, you couldn't have two bearings here. If you put two bearings here, it'd cause a bind, and then it just bind up your transmission. Kind of defeats the purpose a little bit. Let's go back to this. So non-flange bearing first, then flange bearing, and then snap ring pliers. There it goes. Once you get these figured out, they're pretty easy to put in. Taking out, a lot bigger pain in the butt. So what you have to do to get them out, if you don't have snap ring pliers will have two little pins you can put in here, squeeze, pull it out. So if you don't have snap ring pliers and you screwed up and you want to put bearings into this after you put bushings into it, what you need to do is get yourself I don't think I have one around here. What you need is a pick, something with a sharp point. And what you do is you put it in the hole. There's a little hole on that E-clip, that C-clip, and you pull a little bit and you can pop it out that way. They're not the easiest thing to get in and out. Usually once you get it out, you might mess it up and bend it a little bit, so you need a new one to put in. So we're going to put this one on this side here. We're going to need, let's see, what is this? 440 by 3/16. All right, there we go. So that is bag C, step 3. All right, this is the hard part. These right here are the gears. Now, normally you'll put a 3/16 by 5/16 flanged bushing in. We're going to replace it with a 3/16 by 5/16 flange bushing. And those are going to go right in there just like that there. And Huh, interesting. Well, that's not good. I am missing screws. Shoot. Well, you're supposed to put small screws in here. 080 by 3/16 button head screws in here. Why are they not in there? Well, that's not good because I know I didn't throw them out. Pretty sure I didn't throw them out. Oh, I did throw them out. Look at that. Make sure you double check your bags. That's exactly why. Okay, these are itty bitty screws. These are 080s. Now, remember I told you needed an 035 wrench. This is the smallest wrench you'll probably ever use in your life. This right here will strip out. If you look at it wrong, it's going to strip out. It's going to strip the screw head out, everything like that. When you do it, it's hard to get in there. Oops. Your loose screws. That's why you work over a padded surface so screws don't go flying too bad. So you can see they're really hard to get in, and trying to hang on to this is a pain. So what I recommend you do, go get yourself a pin vise. Now, I know a bunch of you guys have done like drilling out your pistons, stuff like that. So if you have an Avid drill set, this comes with it. And then inside the back, there's a bunch of different size collets. Find the small collet. What you're going to do is you're going to take this wrench, you're going to chop off the L side of it. You end up with this right here. Slide that in there. Just like that there. Now you have something to hang on to and keep it straight. The reason why these strip out so easy is because you wobble as you're trying to put it in. By putting it into a wrench tip like this, a pin vise, it makes things so much easier. Or you can buy the MIP version. Remember I told you about the MIP version? Let's see. Remember I told you about this? You can use that too. But if you have a pin vise, these things make quick work of this. Chris Shepard, I'm usually really good at checking bags, and I'm so excited about building this kit. It's just kind of hard. I've already missed one step. I skipped the first step, went straight to step 2. How much easier this is? If you don't have one of these, and you need, let's see where it's at. This is basically what it is. This is the Avid drill bit set, AV10014. It comes with, I have 2 of them here. It comes with a pin vise in it. See how much easier that is to do? think I prefer this over the MIP one just because the back rotates. So you can kind of hang on to the back as this rotates. You can put it in the back of your palm and rotate it and keep everything straight, and it goes in nice and easy. See, now if I were to do it with this one here, almost lost that. Yeah, I'm not going to try. So a pin vise is your friend. I really hope Associated has some more stuff in store for us, for this being their 40th year. So 2024 will be the 40th year anniversary for the RC10. So I'm hoping Associated has a few more tricks up their sleeves for the 40th anniversary. I know a lot of people are talking about truck and stuff like that, but truck would have been 90, so you have a little bit of time. I don't know what they could do with this. So there we go. Now what you're going to do is these are just going to go right here. And right here. And we're going to put a little E-clip. Oops. Maybe put an E-clip on them. Put the E-clip between the two screw heads. Like that there. That way it'll lie flat and you can just kind of squeeze it. There it goes. Oh my God, that's so much better. All right, so there we go. So back in the day, oh my God, back in the day, these were horrible. These right here, they would not spin to save your life. So you'd have to take it and you'd have to file each gear. Or what people would do is they'd build them with bushings, put the whole transmission together, fill it with Colgate toothpaste, and run it for a while to break it in. Colgate toothpaste is one of the few toothpastes out there that have a abrasive agent in it. Most toothpastes just have a whitening agent. But Colgate has an abrasive agent in there, so you'd put Colgate in here and you'd just run the transmission until it freed up, and then you clean it out really good, and then you end up cleaning it out really good, then put bearings back in and go. I learned the hard way. You never do it with bearings in there because I ruined a set of bearings because I wasn't paying attention. And when I put it all together, I put Colgate in there and then ran it and came back out and realized I'd ruined a bunch of bearings. And back then, bearings weren't cheap. Like I said, a set of bearings for this car back in the day was $80. Yes, I'm very glad we don't have to worry about E-clips anymore. E-clips are horrible. I'm so glad we got rid of them. I kind of wish they would have updated the kit a little bit to get rid of the E-clips in this one, honestly. They could have put screws in it. But I understand they're trying to keep things a little bit closer to original, but they've changed quite a bit on it. I think they could change that as well. All right, let's see what else we have here. We have top shaft. Ooh, top shaft. So, like most cars nowadays, the ball differential is in the very bottom. On the original RC10, a ball differential was on the bottom with a slipper on the outside. Original RC10, there was no slipper. The ball differential was actually external. So that's kind of what we're building now. We're going to need, let's see, washer. I love they still show the black grease in the tube. Really wish you guys bring tubes back. Okay, Associated, there's another thing you need to put here on the list. Quit selling these, bring them back in squeeze tubes. So this will be your thrust bearing, just like in a regular ball diff. These are your thrust washers on each side. All right. now RC10 diff tube. We're going to need a 1/4 by 3/8 bearing. It calls for a bushing, but we're going to put a bearing in there. Then we're going to need the bearing adapter here. And then we're going to need to push this on the end just by hand. That's all you got to do. And then you have this little small diff tube bushing, which will go right here. And then this washer will go over just like that there. All right. And the other diff tube bushing will go on this side here. Remember back in the day, Team Losi, before they were a race company, they were just accessory company. They sold one that had a bearing here, which was really nice. Everybody had it. All right, so this will go across here like this here. All right. So that's your thrust bearing here that would be normally in one of the out drives of your ball differential. Let's see here. Put that down. All right, we're going to put a little bit drive ring, spur gear. I was going to hold it up just like this here. We're going to put just a little bit of this clear silicone grease. Kind of over each of these holes. You can see I already have one bearing in there. It just kind of came that way from the factory. All right, now we're going to put these 1/8 inch ball bearings in here. Just like that there. All right, there we go. And then we're going to put washer. Now this is keyed, so you have to make sure you put it on the right way. It only goes on one way, really. Just like that there. Spring. And nut. Ooh, it is a 540 nut. If anybody can ever ask Associated, I have no idea why they put 540 nuts in this kit. If anybody knows the answer, I'd love to know it. Of course, there's no way to hold on to this, so I'm just going to go to flush. So you can see kind of how your differential works here. Just a bigger version of ball diff. All right. So that is done there. This, we're going all the way to bag 7's done. Step 8, bag C is next. We're going to put that there. This, I see. So there's a little D, there's a little cutout on the side of this. You can see there's a flat spot on the side of that. That right there is going to go line right up. That's not good. There's a balancing act here. So I don't like the way they put this together. So we're going to do this a little differently. So we're going to put both sides here. Just like that there. Okay. We're going to... Wow, I expect you to hold that all together. All right. We're going to get these 3 screws out here. I'm going to put a little bit of Loctite in the very end. All right. And we're going to put that through here. Now, do not tighten these screws up all the way. This is a flaw from kind of the original design, kind of. Not really a flaw. This is just something you need to keep an eye on. So, on this, just go to where it stops. Do not over-tighten these. The problem is, if you over-tighten these, it shifts this transmission case and causes these to bind. So this should still run really free. The reason why I put Loctite on the end of these is so they stay snug in here, they don't come loose, because they will come loose after a while. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to slide this piece in here. I prefer doing it this way because everything stays together. And this little flat spot has to line up with a flat spot here. Kind of rotate a little bit. There you go. Just like that. So now we can put the other side in. So we need a 3/16 by 3/8 bearing here on this side. That's going to slide in here. And just like that there. And you're going to kind of push the bearing down a little bit. You're going to take this last clip here. And this one's interesting to put in. Oh, this one's horrible to put in. There it goes. My dog alarm going upstairs. You need a flat blade screwdriver. We can never find when you need one. These are always a pain to get to, a pain to undo. Oh, there's my small one right there in front of me. There it goes. Not super easy to put in, but hey. Back in the days, there used to be a company that made a screw. The screw went in the end. So much better. Put a little flange out there. All right, there we go. RC10 transmission. Not the smoothest thing out there, but for the time, it was pretty good. There's still another small nut that goes right here. Goes down in the hole. It's another one that's a pain to do. So what you do with this one here, thread it on the end of the screw a little bit. Then you can push it down the hole. You can unscrew it. Oops. There you go. Now put your finger over it. A little bit of Loctite. There it goes. Threading in just till it stops. There you go. Now, last thing, these little felt pieces go around here. And basically what these felt pieces are for is to prevent dirt from getting inside your transmission. Now, something you could have done is you could put a little bit of grease on. If you're going to run this, I'd probably put just a light coat of grease on the gears. If it's in there snug. Make sure these little ears go side to side, or front to back kind of type of thing. Not up and down, because if they go up and down, they might hit the AR mount. Like that. Those things fit snug in there. Holy cow. Definitely is more of a rubbery plastic. Rubbery. Awesome. Thank you guys. I think Ryan just hit the milestone. I still see 9.9 followers here, Ryan. We're getting close. When you get 10,000, I'm going to unfollow you and then follow you again just so I can be the 10,000 person. Wow, that's a pain in the butt to get off. I would almost put this in before you put the motor plate on. Hey, there we go. There it goes. It's got motor plate, this outer shield piece has to go underneath the motor plate. So I'd almost put that on before you put the motor guard on, or the motor plate. All right. Where are you at now, Ryan? How many way to get Ryan to 10,000? I see 9.9K right now on their page, so people need to go to Ryan's page and follow him. All right. 22 away. You guys all hyped up. You said balloons and cake, and you're still only 22 away. Jeez. All right, guys. Anchorage House of Hobbies. Go on their Facebook page. Make sure you like them. They need to get to 10K by the end of this video. All right, so we got that there. We are on bag D. Yeah. All right, rear shock tower. Ooh, that's kind of cool. I will say, just because it is, polycarbonate, it's all clear stuff. Oh, wow, they put the tubes in already. Huh. Interesting. Oh, wow. So this is the based off the newer design, too. I'll talk about that later. I'm mumbling here, guys. Sorry. All right, let's see here. Sort out all these screws here. See there. All right, so there we go. Oh, hey, they should, shouldn't they? Hey, look at that. See, that's what happens when I start talking. Just make sure you guys are paying attention more than anything else. Here, I'll fix that real quick. I like to see if you guys just pay attention. You guys obviously... Eric is. Appreciate it, Eric. I'm used to the B6. They're all pointed backwards. Okay, Eric, I have no idea what you're talking about. And they're pointing forward, just like that. All right, let's see. We're on bag D, step 1. I'm just excited about building this kit. I don't know. I've been looking forward to this kit ever since they announced it. Even though it's not meant to be run, it's still a really cool kit. And I've got some really cool ideas for bodies for it. I have 2 of them here. I have 1 more to do still. Oh, excuse me. Hi. Of course, you know, this is, my dog's down here now. Murph, what you doing? There you go. Go see it. Go get it. There you go. All right, let's see here. Screws. 440 by 3/4. Again, I wish they would have made these not threaded, not so tight here. don't care that these are threaded. It's going to put a strain on the shock tower. We used to always put a washer on the backside too. Alright. Now nuts. Again, guys, go to Anchorage House Hobbies. Make sure you like their page. Let's get them over 10K. 22 people away. Alright. So there is that there. Now we're going to go on here. I hope so. At least they're both pointing the same direction. That's the most important part. This is going to go here. So this right here is the rear bulkhead. I guess they put the tubes in for you. They show the tubes going in later, but these are tubes here. I don't like that little burr on it on the top. There we go. All right. So this is not original style. They cut the bottom out. This is more for lipo use. But this also has the innermost hole, which came on the Championship Edition. The original one, these tubes went all the way down a lot farther. It's kind of cool seeing everything in clear. Back when RC10 was out, a friend of mine we made a chassis out of plexiglass, and Mike Schaefer, and basically just a flat plexiglass chassis that had the nose piece screwed onto the front of it, and we ran it for a while. It just looked really cool. It was kind of cool to cut out. So let's see. This is going to go here. So hopefully these screws, let's see. I need 440 by 3/8. I don't know my screw sizes that well. 375. So around there. About the shortest screws, but shorter screws. And yes, MIP, you need to make these. I have them in black too. Nice MHOR RC Raceway ones. I made a bunch of these a while back and never sold them. I wasn't happy with the way they came out. But I probably should bring them out again. See if people actually want them. They're a hair bit bigger than a standard MIP tool handle size. And yes, Eric and Chris, they are pointing forward. That's the right direction. Come on. Is that my front door? Postman. All right, so there's that. .3/16 nut driver in the top corner hole here. right, there you go. That is bag D, step 2 done. No, not quite step 2. We have to go here. It's going to go right there. All right, we're going to need these short screws here. These are going to go on the side. They don't have to go to the side yet. All right, just the bottom ones. Two inner holes here. I'm going to say it again. Associate need to make these screws available to everybody. If they're part support, I'd race them, definitely. There is a company called Fun RC, F-U-N-R-C, on Facebook. Find them. Either that or go to K&K Hardware. K&K... Oh, what's it called? Team K&K. Look them up. They have the parts, the plastic parts for the RC10. Not the original RC10. Maybe the original RC10. But most all the plastic parts they have available in re-release form. Yeah, Team K&K. They have screws. They have the right 100 degree angle Phillips head screws for the bottom, available in light green or dark green anodization. They have all the aluminum, all the plastic parts available. They did have shocks, and I think someone was doing transmission. Then there's another company that's actually restamping chassis. They're working on restamping chassis now. They haven't quite got it perfected yet, but they're working on it. This right here is going to go here. Oh, I'm way ahead of myself here. Hold on a second, guys. All right. But you can also go to Fun RC on Facebook. They're the ones that makes all the parts. They have parts for the RC10, RC10T. I think they're working on B2, B3 parts right now. So they have it as well. They're also working on some... Fun RC also does repops of Yokomo and Schumacher old school parts. Let's see here. Wow, I can just lose anything. Yes, oh, transmission over here. Like, where did my transmission go? All right, so side pieces here, 440 by 5/8. They should be these ones here. Going to get screwed in the side. You seem awful long. But they do work. So when we opened the shop, my first car was not an RC10 from the shop. My very first car was a Tamiya Frog. We raced Tamiya Frogs at Rocky Mountain Raceway, about 52nd and Sheridan, over by Lakeside Amusement Park, kind of. Then when we opened the shop up, my parents asked me what car I wanted to drive, and of course I wanted a four-wheel drive car, so I picked the Kyosho Optima. My brother got the RC10, and he ran that for quite a while. And actually, when we first opened, my parents wouldn't allow me to change out the speed control for a electronic speed control. I had to run the stock speed control for quite a few months. It was a 3-step forward, 2-step reverse, wiper arm, rotary speed control in the Kyosho. My brother's had the wiper arm speed control in his RC10. Wiper arm speed control, just like this one here that's in this car. that is what we had to use because it was what came in the kits. So we were trying to show people, you know, how it works, stuff like that. After constantly having to work on them and tune them and make sure tension was right on the wiper arms and put grease on them. My dad finally relented and allowed us to get this electronic speed control, which was so much better. Well, I haven't built a kit by hand in a long time. My arm's getting tired. So I got a story about these screws. Well, the original Phillips head screws. Back when my brother came back, I think it was. RC10 was still around. My brother left for a while and came back. And he was building an RC10. And he comes up to me and he goes, "These screws keep snapping." He's talking about these screws that I'm screwing in right now. Actually, the screws in the very front. Get this one in here. He was actually screwing these screws here in the front. And I'm like, "What do you mean they're snapping?" I go over to him and I'm watching him put it in, and he puts it in, and as he's tightening it down, he's putting all this force into it. You can hear it squeak. It's in so tight that it's actually getting the screw to squeak. And right before I tell him, "No, stop," snap. The head snaps right off it. I'm like, "You're going just a little too tight." So yeah, my brother would crank these down, you know, way too tight. And he could actually snap the head off them, which I was pretty impressed with. But something he learned, and my brother actually became pretty good at RC. Let's see, next. So that's that there. We're going to put this here. This here. All right. You guys are going to have to hold on a second here. Let me... Oops. I had one that worked. So if you take a small Allen wrench through the hole like this, that way when you're tightening it, they won't spin on you. And you want to make sure that hole that goes through the side is going left to right, not forward to back. It's going to sit right here just like this. Again, more of these really nice washers. Those are expensive washers there. Why do I have different screws? 5/8, half. Five-eight should be 6.25. Usually half inch. Wow, I was going to shove those ones in there? Holy cow. Wow. Alright, I put two in the wrong spot. That's okay, we'll fix that. So back in the day, I mean, you'd buy an RC10, you'd buy really any car, and you have to buy a pile of parts to go with it. You'd buy tie rods, because you'll see later this had no adjustable tie rods on it. You'd buy bearings. You'd buy, of course, different tires. Of course, that's back also when you bought a radio system. If you bought a radio system, you'd have to buy, it'd come with servos. And let's see. Like I used to do electronics, so it'd come with a 94102 servo, just like this here, which I just happen to have, which is the wrong generation. It has a black plug on it. Oh no, that's right. That's right. No, that's the original. Electronics had a black plug. If you plug this in normally into a speed control, you'd fry it because the positive and negatives will switch from standard racing, standard servos. Alright, I put these ones in wrong. We're going to use a little bit of I actually have a wiper arm speed control at the shop that I want to put in a car and let people drive. I have an RC10 laying around somewhere. We're going to put it in there and let people drive it. So see if people can actually drive with an old school wiper arm speed control. With no brakes. I won't give them the reverse option, which was a switch. Just added on. You could add on later. Why do they give me that? I know I told you don't use these, but it's already threaded whole. I'm just threading it in. Alright, there we go. Never really understood why they put washers on this top piece. You can get Destin to come out and run a wiper arm speed control. Wow, my arm's getting tired. Alright, there we go. That is Bag D Step 4 done. Alright, give me a second here. I don't know why they gave me these two washers, because they don't show them anywhere. I wonder if these two washers are supposed to go underneath the back here, under that, the body mount. Look at it later. Give me a second, let me walk away real quick. I'll be back in a jiffy. Sorry about that. I don't have the cool be right back stuff like Ryan has on his feeds. Just hoping I got a package today. Speaking of K&K, Team KNK. KNK. Let's see. Wow, they really just go nuts on this, don't they? Oh, here we go. So speaking K&K, these are the 100 degrees flat screws that they sell. These are Phillips heads. And then this right here are the white set for the RC10T. So these are all the white parts for the RC10T. I have an RC10T sitting here somewhere, oh, down over there. These are the A-arms for it, all white. These are Fan RC, like I was telling you about. So you can check them out if you need parts for your RC10. Kind of a cool little thing. All right, let's go back to it here. Yes, I need a producer. Producer, director. I think those 2 extra washers are for underneath this rear, to put underneath the rear body mount to make it higher in case you need it for different bodies. I think. That's what they should be for. All right, bag E. E. E must be A-arms. Yeah, there we go. Rear A-arms. Okay, make sure that bag's empty this time. All right, let's get this all separated out here. Still amazed I lost my good scissors. Ooh, ooh. That's not good. I just lost an E-clip. Oh, there it is. Found it. So you gotta be careful opening this stuff up. Maybe. I actually found, digging around, I found, I need to rewire it. This is an old Novak NESC1 that I've got, which I might use. And then I have an associated motor, but I used to be sponsored by Twister Motors a long time ago. I found an old Scorpion stock motor. That's kind of cool. It actually has a pretty good one. This is, but this will be later. This is 91-ish, at least, because it's got Roar 91 on the bottom of it. So it's a little outdated, but I don't know. I do have a servo in it. Servo to put in it, kind of. I need to find a new servo horn. This is a correct servo for it. 94102 Airtronics servo. I might put that in there. I need to find a servo horn for it. I think I put electronics in this one. I'm planning on building 3 of these, is my goal. 3 is, I know it sounds kind of weird. I want to build 3 of them, if I can get my hands on 3 of them. They don't sell out. I want to build 1 stock, with the stock body on, stuff like that. Back in the day, let's see here. Let's go another side story here. Let's see. Image. Give me a second here. So way back in 1987, I went to the Region 5, Roar Region 5 Championship. back when Colorado was in the Region 5, not Region 10, like when they after redid it. They had a concourse competition, and I entered this. Let's see. So I entered this. This is my RC10. There we go. So this is my RC10 that I entered into the concourse competition and won concourse with it. If you look up in the above the men's bathroom area, there's a bunch of trophies there. One of the trophies is actually for concourse for this vehicle right here. Unfortunately, this car was stolen from us, probably mid-90s or somewhere around there, early 90s. And the only thing I have left of this car, let's see here, is the driver, which is the standard associated driver. But what it has actually a Tamiya helmet inside that has the driver's face painted on it. So we painted the face on it, and then we used finger gauze, where gauze is designed, it's a tube to put over your finger. We put that over the helmet and made it look like a fire suit. So it's really cool. One of my old customers, a guy by the name of Gary Hilge, painted this, and also painted the body to this body right here. This is before I was even really into painting bodies. But the coolest thing about this whole thing is Gary. Oops, where'd he go? Oh, there we go. Let's see here. Let's blow this up a little bit for you guys. If you look, this whole roll cage is brass tubing. So the top of it snaps on, and it's all brass tubing that's been spray painted silver. You can see it goes all the way back to the back and holds up, and it was a beautifully done thing. If you look in the very back, right above the back tire, you'll see it's a Fram oil filter. Actually, it's something cool that I did. It's a Fram oil filter. But the chassis on this car itself was one of the first chassis I ever. You can see it right there. It's actually in the very front. So you can see it's been chromed out. So I chromed everything on the chassis. The shocks were chromed out. The shocks, if you notice, the nuts on the top of the shocks, the hex on the top of the shock is missing. These were turned down by one of my customers. The wheels on it are Kyosho tires, which if anybody has these tires, I'm interested in them. But the rims are actually Team Losi. This is before they were a car manufacturer. This is back when they owned Ranch Pit Shop. They made these aluminum rims. They're only half rims, so the inside's still plastic, but the outside is aluminum. And they made these centerline wheels. And if I could find these again, I'd love to find these again. I have the Jelly Bean style, but I don't have the centerline caps like this here. But I do have, the last two pieces I have of this car is the top and this. And it's basically because a customer came in, and I used to have that photo hanging up in the hobby shop. And he stared at it. And he's like, how many of these are made? And it's like, well, that's the only one. He's like, no, I've got this car. And we found out like a year later that, yeah, of course he has the car. He bought it from somebody, probably a person who stole it from us, broke in and stole it from us. And so he was nice enough to at least bring back the top and the driver. But unfortunately, he said the roll cage didn't last because the roll cage wasn't meant to be run. It just looked really good. But I want to recreate that car. I want to take all the clear parts off this car and use all the chrome parts, and then take all the parts, make them black, and then make that car again, is my goal for the second car. The third car, I don't know what I'm going to do quite with the third car. It's probably going to still be chrome. It's going to be, oops, where did I miss that at? There it is. I forgot to put these back two screws in. I'm talking too much. The third car, I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it yet. I have a plan for a third car, I think. I think it's more just because I have a third body planned out that I want to use. So actually I have a fourth body, I guess. So I have the original stock body. I've got that body there, and that body right there is actually, let me see. That body right there is based off of, if you're not familiar with it, let's see. Browse. So this might be too small. But that body is based off this Team Associated ad that went in probably late 80s, early 90s maybe. It's a horrible picture. Let's see. Browse. Got a better picture. Oh. This is what that car is based off of. So I love this car. This is a great thing. So this had to have been 87, because 87 is when I did it. And if you look, it has the aluminum jelly bean wheels on it. Those are Proline knobby front tires on it. Those might be stock rear tires on it. But this is what I, let's see. See if I can double up this picture. So this is what this car is based off of. You kind of see them both here. This was a really fun project I did. Gary Hilge did an amazing job on the paint job, did an amazing job on the driver. I would like to thank him for that. He did a great job on it, and I'm looking forward to recreating this whole paint job again, and hopefully recreating the roll cage as well. It'd be really cool if I could recreate the roll cage and then get it scanned, and then if we get 3D printed, we could sell them, because I think they'd sell really well. Just as a cool, it'd be something you can only put on your shelf for display, stuff like that. But it just makes things look so much better, and this is something I really want to work on. But kind of a cool backstory with that there. Let's get back to building here. Yes, definitely one of the coolest ads they had. I wish they would do it again, maybe with a newer car or something like that, or even with the one RC1 they have. That was cool too. Let me check something out here. Bear with me a second, guys. I'll be right back. So actually here I can show you. These are the Team Losi Performance. This is back before. This is when Losi was on Pomona, California. Team Losi Performance. These are the rear slots. These are what they look like right here. These are used ones. I need to find the front version of these, or I need to find the front rear version of those center lines. But these are just really cool aluminum. Just half rims, because it's a 3-piece rim. So, but I need to find the front version of these, or the front and rear version of the centerline version. Also, I found one of these too. This is kind of cool. I can't remember who made this. I don't know if this was Peak or I don't know who it is, but this right here is a 11/32 nut driver, and then you push down and turn, and now it's a 1/4 nut driver. Of course, it's full of my lint for my pocket. One of the cool tools out there. Avid makes one kind of like this now, except it's 7mm and 5.5. But it's just a really cool one to have because you always had to have a quarter driver in your pocket. So this worked out really well because quarter driver is what adjusted your diff on this. So you always had one of these in your pocket at one point in time. Have a cool little tool. Another cool tool to bring out. All right, let's see. Let's go to Bag E Step 1. Oh, let's get this. Let me get my mess cleaned up here. You're welcome, John. So these are more bushings I'm going to not use. Oops, I need that black piece in the middle. There we go. All right, there we go. Now let's see, we need the longest hinge pin. We're going to E-clip. See, is Sean King still listening out here? Sean, did you get your RC10 clear all built? Sean was the first person to pick his up from MHOR RC Raceway. So these have marks on them, right and right, so make sure you put those all together correctly. Sean King, yes, it's all built. Sweet. Sean King's instruction booklet was missing. Was the one missing a few pages. Luckily, they weren't important pages. I haven't heard back from Associated about that yet. I sent them pictures of it. All right, there we go. Oh, that's why they're called Jesus clips. They just jump everywhere and you go, Jesus! You ever need to pick up a E-clip off the ground? A little bit of spit on your finger picks it right up. There it goes. All right. Both sides done there. And then they get screwed in. So right side right, left side left. And they don't tell you what holes to put them in. Oh yeah, it does. Look at forward holes. What did you think about the build, Sean? I personally would have put these on before you put the transmission on, but that's me. Oh, listen to squeak. Try to break it off. Alright, there's that side there. Now put the other side on. I think the build's actually going a lot faster than I remember. Of course, we haven't got to the worst part yet. Definitely, there's some new tools that are out in the market now that make my least favorite parts of building these a lot easier now. My two worst parts were tie rods, of course, and shocks. And nicely, with the invention of shock shaft pliers, good shock shaft pliers, I guess I should say. So nice. It's going to make those a heck of a lot easier to build. So there we go, that there. Now this is a little different too. The original RC10 only had one really long bushing that went back here. Kind of looked like this bushing here, but bigger. Oh, that bushing there, but bigger. But now they want these ones right here. These are 1/4 by 3/8 flange bearings. Now we'll put, of course, regular bearings in here. Axle. Then once you put a washer first. Bearing. No, it's definitely nothing like Sean King. It's definitely nothing like new builds nowadays, but it's still a lot of fun. Now this is going to be a pain. Let's see how bad of a pain this is. Go to this side here. Then you bring my pliers I've cut to do this a little bit easier. So if you take this, squeeze one end just a little bit. It'll sit in there a little bit easier. You push it right in. Then you just have to offset your wrench, your pliers here a little bit so you can get it centered. Just like that there. Now do the other side. Oops, washer. Clips are terrible. Yes, they are. I luckily have dealt with them most of my life, so most of my RC life, I guess I should say. So I'm used to them now, so they don't seem that bad, but I know for new people they're going to be horrible. Let me think. Would have been B2, B3, B4. B4, I think, was the last of the Eclipse for Associated. Okay, here you guys go. A little trivia question for you guys. What was the first Team Associated car kit that was all metric? Had metric screws in it. Let's see if anybody knows that. All right, so there's rear hubs there. Oh, I need ball stud still. Ball stud. So right and left on these. I don't think there's a right and left on these. No, there's no right or left on these. .316 nut drivers. Carrie Adams wants to say B5. You are incorrect, Carrie Adams. The B5 would have been the first two-wheel drive buggy to be all metric. So you're close. But it's not the first vehicle to be all metric. Chris Shepard also says B5. That is incorrect as well. Ooh, RC8 might be close. I didn't think about 8 scale. I'm thinking 10th scale. B44, Ryan, was standard until you got to the B44.3, which was partial metric. Only the diffs were metric in the B44. TC6, I think the car I'm thinking about, the vehicle I'm thinking about, is actually before the TC6. Because I don't even think TC3 would be been out then. But TC3 was all standard. Nope, first SC10 was all standard as well. You're getting warmer, Chris, though. Chris Shepard's the closest so far. I have to think about that RC8. RC8 might actually have it beat. I don't know. I'll have to see if I can find out what the RC8 was made. Let's see here. T5M. Nope. T5M came out after the B5, so T5M's not correct. Anybody else know what the first team associated? Let's do 10th scale. That way I'm not completely wrong here. 10th scale vehicle was that was all metric. The RC8 was all metric. So let's see. Give a year on it by chance. I have to look and see when the RC8 was out. Oh, Centro's cheating now. That's not even RC10. That's a conversion. And technically, the Centro, Jared, was off of the B4, and the B4 was all standard, so no. The best hints I can give is Chris Shepard's close. First team associated 10th scale buggy, or 10th, not buggy, sorry, not buggy. That was all metric. Not quite a monster truck, Eric Adams. I'll have to figure out when the 8 was released. 8 was about 2008, looks like. Let's see. When was the one I'm thinking about was released? I think actually mine might win. Let's see. Oh no, RC8 does win. Technically, RC8 would be the first one, but let's make it a little harder. 10th scale. Eric Adams, yes, it was a short course. Eric Adams getting warm now. Let's see here. All right, I put those in. So we're on bag E, step 3, and these little springs here. Those springs are going to go down here. Bloop. Those go down there. There we go. And then these little bushings go here on this end. So we've got it close. 10th scale, team associated, first 10th scale, team associated vehicle that was all metric. We know it's a short course. Which short course was it, though? Probably arguably the best short course ever built, and by far the hardest vehicle period to ever work on. If you don't get it from that, I don't know what to tell you. Alright, I don't know why they had you put these in here yet, but okay. Just going to shoot these out and they're going to be all over the place. Alright, here we go. There you go, 4-wheel drive. Now, what was the name of it? Somebody's got to put it all together here. All the answers are right there. New cars don't have dog bone springs because they are CVDs. Hey, Ryan Rafuse for the win! SC10 4x4 was the first team associated 10th scale vehicle that was all metric. Best 4-wheel drive short course, hands down. Worst vehicle period to ever work on. That thing was a nightmare to work on. It's funny, when you build that car, the Pro 4 SC10, no. The SC10 4x4 is belt driven. When you built it, you took a servo first. If you didn't have a servo, you don't start the build. You have to have the servo. You took the servo, you put the servo in, and you built around the servo, and then you built everything else around it. Dual slipper belt drive. It was... usually the parts that broke first were steering, which was really hard to get to. You had to tear apart basically the whole car to get to it. Or if you got really desperate and really in a hurry, you take out some screws and pry it open to be able to get to the pieces you needed. and then shove the pieces in and pry it back closed, and then hopefully that worked. Best handling four-wheel drive short course, definitely. Oh, there you go. Anybody needs parts for a SC10 4x4, contact Ryan's Anchorage House of Hobbies. Also, make sure you like Anchorage House of Hobbies. We want to get them over 10K today before my video's done today. So we want to get him over 10K. Probably hasn't moved any here since we... Still 9.9K according to my thing over here. You're okay, Sean. It's a good question to ask. And actually, I'm surprised they don't do it on four-wheel drives, because the four-wheel drive has a center dog bone that kind of comes and goes. But it's a good question. The worst thing about that spring is, though, when you break a rear tie rod, that spring goes bing, and you lose it. So it's basically you just kind of don't deal with it anyway. Tie rods. What I hated the most, one of the things I hated the most about building an old school car without good tie rods in it. But Team Associated makes these shock shaft pliers now. I don't want to get there in the next couple days. I want you to get there today. I'm impatient, Ryan. All right, we're going to do these. Kind of old-fashioned way here. Nice and slow. You can put a little bit of black grease on this. That really stretches those ball cups out, don't they? And let's see here. Rear camber. Of course you have. Okay, what's the one odd size for? That's kind of weird. Oh, center. That's what that's for. All right. Tie rods like this are the worst. I don't think. Oh, look at that. Maybe that'd work. Oh, look at that. Team Associated Ball Cup Wrench to the rescue. The Wally build modification. Holy cow. There's no way. 125, 125, 165. Oh, come on. Why do you guys not put these in scale sizes? Is it correct here? .56. They're close, but not quite. All right. Tie rods suck. Just like normal. Nice and slow. Maybe one more turn. The bad thing about tie rods like this, it's the adjustability on it was one turn. There we go. All right, so these are rear. I don't know who makes adjustable tie rods for this, but I'd recommend if you're going to run this car, which I know some people are like, you're not supposed to run it. People are going to run it. Put tie rods on it. Put adjustable length tie rods on it. All right, there's one side there. A bunch more to go here. I don't mind them as much on new cars. I think tie rods, adjustable tie rods really help things out a lot. This ball cup just is not perfect. This ball cup tool is not perfect, but it does work. Just gotta go slow with it. Again, just now this is an old number I remember in my head. This has to be 1 inch. That can't be right. Yeah, tap is another good way to do it too. 1.5. One 3/4 center to center. It's too small. Let's see. 49. 58. Hey Ryan, what's on the docket this week for your Tuesday build? See if Ryan's still on or not. Should have got a tap. I think Ryan's right. This one's a real pain in the butt. There we go. Crush that one. Why didn't I have you do this at first? Because this is going to be a pain in the butt to clip on here. Alright, I have no idea how to get this thing on here. Sure I do. Take the ink off. Hey Ryan, what's on your docket for Tuesday, for your build on Tuesday? We on planes this week? There we go. We lost Ryan. There we go. That was way too much pain in the butt. Oops. Oh, Ryan, you still here? All right. Yep, of course, look at there. See, I've already lost the spring. Dang it. Oh, there it is. Oh. And that is why it's not a great idea of those spring things. So another trivia question for Associated. Who made the first RC10 four-wheel drive off-road buggy for Team Associated? But that was a Team Associated vehicle, basically. Or that later became a Team Associated vehicle. That's a better way to put it. Who made it? Who designed it? I guess would be the better way. And what was it called? And then when Associated bought the design out, what did they call it? Four-wheel drive off-road vehicle. Anybody know? Bueller? Nice. Not right. Last name. Jason Rona of J Concepts made the BJ4. And Associated bought it. And okay, Eric, what was the BJ4 44 made out of? What was converted? What associated vehicle was converted? I guess I should say that. TC, correct. Which version? I'll make you get specific here. TC3, correct. Eric Adams gets it. So the TC3, Jason Rona and Ralph's, Brad, I believe, Brad or Brett, designed the BJ44, converted a touring car into a four-wheel drive off-road car. A little bit of more trivia. Brett and Brad Ralphs. Used to race at MHOR RC Raceway. A long time ago, back when we opened. Always zero out your calipers, because if not, you just ruin ball cups like I just did. Oh, yeah. Good thing Associated's selling ball cups again. And this is exactly why. I always hate these ball cups. If I remember right, the double X4, parts for the double X4 were actually used to help make the BJ44. I know this question's been, or this answer's been said. Not for a right question. But can't really say who made the first mid-motor, because technically this car right here, the RC10, a lot of people made it a mid-motor car out of it. Who made the first competitive mid-motor conversion for an associated vehicle? That's the best way to put it, I guess. Oh, there is? Sweet. Thanks, Sean. I have to go back and fix that one. Alright, let's see. I got sent already. I need 125165. So 125, I need 53. If you're worried about scarring these with your wrench, something like that, you can always put a towel around it. No ways to go yet. Nope. Like almost if you could drill these ball cups out a little bit, it'd be so much easier to thread in. They almost are too tight. The hole in them was almost too small. Close enough. All right. I don't know if that's right, Carrie. I think there's a person before them. Centro. Guess it'd be easier to say that Associated used to sell on their website. Guess that'd be another way to put it. That mid conversion that Associated used to sell on their website. So what mid conversion did Associated used to sell on their website? Trivia. Anybody got it? What mid-motor conversion did Associated used to sell on their website? Anybody out there? Mid-motor conversion that Associate used to sell on their website. Not X Factory. The name's already been brought up once. No. Custom Works is not the correct one. Custom Works made great oval cars. Remember when Custom Works like first brought their Dominator out? I remember people selling them with radios, like the high-end Fataba radio at the time. You had to buy the radio in order to get the kits. Long time ago. Who made... Come on, Jared, where are you at? You know the answer to this one. All right, while we're waiting for that answer there, who made the mid-engine conversion for the, actually for the B4? That Team Associated sold on their website. Let's add another one on that. Okay, who made a four-wheel drive conversion for the RC10? And, part B, how many versions of it were there? And what were they? Again, who made a four-wheel drive conversion kit for the RC10? And how many versions of it, and what were the versions? What were the differences of the versions? I guess that'd be easy to say. Yokomo is not right. Oh, that does get me another trivia question. MIP, Rob Sturgill in. All right, Rob. What was the how many different versions do they have of it? MIP made a four-wheel drive conversion for the RC10, original RC10 called Legends. How many versions of it were there? Oh, come on, Rob. Oh, you disappoint me, Rob. MIP four-wheel drive conversion had 3 versions. The very first version had a shaft. It went from here all the way to the front. Shaft speedo cable driven. The problem is you get hit in it, you lose front drive. The second version was a chain version. Chain went through here, through here to the front. They made a front differential. You had to use the MIP transmission in it. And third version was belt driven. What was the first four-wheel drive that Team Associated sold? Four-wheel drive buggy, I guess I should say that. Four-wheel drive 10-scale buggy. Four-wheel drive 10th-scale buggy. What was the first four-wheel drive 10-scale buggy that Team Associated sold? It was not before the YZ10. It actually was the YZ10. Eric Adams for the win. B44 was not. Actually, Team Associated brought in and sold the YZ10. Do you know what? Next question, I guess, on the YZ10. Do you know why Team Associated got the distributing rights for the YZ10 over Team Losi? Team Losi used to be the distributor for Yokomo in the States. And this one thing caused Yokomo to switch over to Associated. And they rebranded a certain vehicle to become the YZ10. They changed the rim color and body to become the YZ10. Do you remember why Yokomo changed to Associated for the distributorship? Good. Shocks next. Oops. I wonder. They don't. Okay. Okay, the answer to the earlier question, what company did Team Associated distribute on their website for a mid-motor conversion? That was Centro. Next question up is, what company distributed Yokomo before Associated got the YZ10? And what was the YZ10 called before it became distributed by Team Associated? And why? So Yokomo was originally just sponsored by someone else, or distributed by someone else, which if you were watching earlier in my video, you would see that right there. Okay. Nobody on the Yokomo question? Guess these are all before your time. Exactly. Losi did used to distribute it, and Losi lost distributorship to Yokomo. The last Yokomo that Losi distributed actually is just coming back out again. It's called the YZ10, or not YZ10, sorry, C4, YZ870C C4. The C4 had the cockpit style body, the rounded front end. Actually, they're just re-releasing it right now. And then when Losi actually came out and designed and started selling the JRX2, that was in, if I remember right, violation of the contract that Yokomo had with Losi. They were not allowed to sell vehicles or make their own vehicles. There was only Losi, or only Yokomo. So Yokomo pulled it and ended up going with Associated, which at the time Associated drivers were driving Yokomo vehicles. This is before the B44 came out, way before. YZ10 would have been early 90s, I believe. Oh, look how small those pistons are. Those things are so itty bitty. So yeah, Losi lost distributorship of Yokomo when they started making their own two-wheel drive. And Associated lost the Yokomo contract when they started making their own four-wheel drive. Basically what it comes down to. Next question. Maybe a little bit easier. What was the first RC10 sold with a graphite chassis? These have numbers on them? Sure they do. Oh, they're there. Again, what was the first RC10 sold with a graphite chassis? FCCE edition? No. What the heck's that, Rob? Colby Harden, TQ10 on YouTube. You are correct. Team Associated did not think a graphite chassis would sell. So Horizon Hobbies actually distributed it and made the TQ10 first. And then not long after, the RC10 graphite came out. Let's see here. I think I have dates on those. Favorites. Evolution RC10. They both came out same year. But I believe it was like start of the year of 89 and end of the year of 89 What's the difference between the two? Um, the RC10 Graphite came with a different body too. Let's see here. So the TQ10 came with a Sidewinder body. This is probably one of the ugliest bodies out, but actually now I look back at it, I really like this body. This is actually a recreation, a repop. You can find repop bodies online. This is Team Blue Groove. Boki is another one that makes bodies, stuff like that. But this is the original TQ10 body. It has a scoop on the front of it, like a wing on the front of it. Probably one of the first bodies to come with a wing on the front of it. Kind of a different looking body. More slope on the front end. My mom painted a body with this. It had lips on the front of it. It was green with lips. For some reason my mom wanted to paint lips on the front of it. So somewhere around probably someone's car, it has one with lips on it. Like a dragon front end, but lips like Mick Jagger, Rolling Stones lips on it. If you're looking for repop bodies, Boki, B-O-K-I, look them up. Or look up Team Blue Groove. They both repop bodies. And then also, I know like Jason Rona has some bodies. He has like the 10T body, the T3 body I think he's got too. He's got the original stuff from that. I know Andy's RC is also repopping a bunch of bodies from his old stock, and then also some from Team Associated. Those are great ones to go after. Let's see, shocks. So these shocks are not built like the original RC10. The original RC10 you built from the outside. You built from the outside, you put this stupid clip to hold it all in place, and that's how it's built. So these are built like Championship Edition shocks. These are built from the inside, and you need to have a little tool, which is this tool right here. The biggest thing on these, you want to make sure all flashing is off this piece. Originally this piece used to be round, and it made it really hard to get in and locked in place. You want to make sure all flashing is off all of the plastics. And let's see here. Let's hint. This is where you'll appreciate the new versions that have screws to hold the pistons on. Another trivia question: what was the last Team Associated vehicle to use Eclipse? Last Team Associated vehicle to use Eclipse. Colby, yes, I sometimes see it over there. It pops up the, let's see, RR tree on YouTube. I sometimes see it, but it pops up slowly over here. Oops. I see it and it goes away. Let's see if I can see it better over here. Facebook feed I'm following better on, but let's see here. Let's go. Oops. Hey, there we go. Happy holidays, Rich. Let's see. Colby, because you're about 4-wheel drive, TQ10. There we go. Yep. All right, there we go. All right, now I see live chat on YouTube. I've got it up on my TV here. So my setup's kind of weird. I have like 4 screens in front of me here. So there's a screen here which is running all the videos and tie-ins and stuff like that. It also has my computer on it. I have a screen over here on this side which is running YouTube right now, a big screen, but every now and then I can, if I'm looking up, I can see people comment. I've got my iPhone in front of me here that I'm keeping track of Facebook comments, and I have my iPad over here which I'll keep track of YouTube comments. Ooh, that's tough. I don't know, Ryan does it. Ryan does a great job. So again, what is the last team-associated, let's say buggy, to use Eclipse? That's why we're doing this here. The quality's getting better. I'm just not happy with it still. I really need to sit down here and do work on these videos more. I enjoy doing these videos. I just need to sit down and do them more to get used to them again. I haven't done them in a while. Look at that. That E-clip almost covers those holes. That's how small that piston is. It's a 10 millimeter. This is what you get when you get 10 millimeter. Ooh, do I have them here? Let's see. Oh, I do. So, difference in size. 10 millimeter, 12 millimeter. Quite a bit difference in size. Look how much shorter the bodies are, though. $12 millimeter, 10 millimeter. Kind of a cool thing. Have you guys seen this, by the way? Little drawers. These things are like 20 bucks over at Lowe's. Sorry, off subject. Just sitting down here. I'm trying to figure out what to do with it. I think it looks really cool, but it's not deep enough to put tools front to back. You have to put them sideways, so I haven't quite figured out what I'm going to do with it yet. Colby Harden. I'm guessing the ones right before they started using Beta's designation was the last model to use Eclipse. Well, so the first designation with a B would have been a B2, and they definitely had Eclipse there. B3 had Eclipse. B4 had Eclipse. So that is not quite right, Robin. Rob Sturgill with a B4. That is incorrect, Rob. Last team associated buggy to use Eclipse. Anybody? Bueller? Bueller? Yeah, oh well. All right, now, if you're going to build this to put on your shelf, probably not the best to put oil in it, the way I look at it. Just because oil's going to leak everywhere. I don't know if it's the best thing in the world to do. I don't know. What they need to do is they need to give you like an internal spring inside, so you still kind of get the shock feel, but you don't get oil leaking all over the place. So I don't know if it's best to put oil in or not. Am I going to put oil in? Probably not. I don't know, maybe. I got to play around with it a little bit. Someone needs to make a spring. Okay. $1 million idea. Well, not really $1 million idea. Maybe $100 idea. Someone needs to put a spring, make a spring that will go inside these RC10 shocks to make them feel like they still have oil in them, but don't have to put oil in them. That makes sense? Just for like display purposes, not racing purposes, just display purposes. All right. All right, so these things right here go here. And we're going to use, of course, green slime. Next trivia question. Who originally sold green slime? And who owned the company? Let's see if anybody knows that one. Who originally sold green, what company originally sold green slime, and who owned the company? And again, we still are looking for the last team associated buggy to use Eclipse. The other question is, who originally made green slime? What company? And bonus points of who owned that company. Little hint, famous RC racer. Some of these questions might be a little bit before most people's times. Eric Adams, not right. Eric Adams says green slime from Losi. Nope. So you know these are in when you hear that snap. There you go. You'll look down into this here and you want to be able to see that gap. That's where you know they're in all the way. If you don't see that gap, two perfectly parallel lines, you know it's not snapped in all the way. Kerry Adams for the win. Yes, the B5M was the last series to be used Eclipse. I know they use Eclipse on the shocks. So Kerry Adams wins that one. So green slime is the next question. What company made green slime? Originally sold green slime? So it might be before your guys' time a little bit. Nobody? Nobody on either side. All right, I'll make it easy on you guys. So, green slime was originally sold by RC Performance Specialties. RC Performance Specialties made the Mirage body. They made some really cool tie rods. So if you ever see a tie rod that has a 440 nut on one side, those were made by RC Performance Specialties. RC Performance Specialties was owned by none other than the very fast Cliff Lett, who is now, I believe, CEO of Team Associated. So another old-time trivia question here. Who made aluminum rear trailing arms, or plastic, you can say aluminum plastic, let's go aluminum, for the RC10? A little bit of hints right now. They're still available, which is kind of weird. Anybody remember who made aluminum trailing arms for the RC10? Push. Snap. Ooh, spacers. How much longer shock shafts have been too. So these are rear shock shafts out of a B6. Look how much longer they are. Or longer the RC10 ones are versus the B6 one. B6 here, RC10 ones here. All right, let's go a little bit earlier or later trivia here. Kendall? I don't know who Kendall is. Kendall, I think, made it. Kerry Adams. I don't know who Kendall is. Kind of old school stuff. The aluminum A-arms I'm talking about are actually made by a company called A&L, Alec and Lane. They own Factory Works, A&L Factory Works. And actually I have a set right here. These are aluminum rear trailing arms for the RC10. You can still, I think you can still buy these. I just bought these like a couple months ago, maybe a year ago. Kind of a cool trailing arm setup, something different. Hogue is the other one. Other answer I would have accepted. H-O-U-G-E. What was the first RC10 to use 12mm shocks? See if you know that one. First RC10 to use 12mm shocks. You do trivia next time. I need to be more prepared. I can put the question up on the screen. Things you don't think about till later, you know. All right, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? There it is. Oh, these almost fall right through these holes. All right. So let's put the bottoms on next. All right. Here, get me something to drink, guys. Be right back. Again, first RC10 series to have 12mm shocks included in the kit. All right, I'm back. First RC10 kit to have 12mm diameter shocks. Now, back in the day, we didn't have shock shaft pliers that were cool like this. Now we do. So this is so much easier now. So much easier. A little more trivia question. Can you name, let me think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you name the 5 companies that MHOR RC Raceway has carried since day one? The 5 RC companies. Colby Harden B6 is incorrect for first car to use 12mm shocks. Five companies that MHOR RC Raceway has sold non-stop since we opened 37 years ago. Kerry Adams, you're close, but not quite. There was a version before that. Ooh, Eric Adams, close. RPM is a no. And Tamiya is a no. We have carried Tamiya off and on, but not continuously for 37 years. Associated, MIP, and Proline are 3 of them. 2 left. Ooh, actually, Ooh, actually make that 6 companies we've carried nonstop. Colby Harden picked up my 6th one, Airtronics. Futaba we have not carried nonstop since we opened. We have always carried Airtronics, which is now Sanwa, since day one. Losi is another one, so we are down to 1 left of those 6. Associated Losi. Losi we've carried in either forms of back in the day when they were Team Losi Performance. Oops. Team Losi Performance here. We carried their pinning gears. We sold a ton of their pinning gears. And in fact, that's the only pinning gears I think we sold for the longest time. And let's see, Novak, R3, Colorado, Novak, Team Associated Losi, J Concept, Reedy. J Concept has not been in business long enough. Reedy, I kind of consider Reedy associated, so that doesn't work. This is on YouTube. Novak, unfortunately, we would be still carrying it if they still were around, but unfortunately, Novak closed their doors a couple years ago, 5 years ago. Which if somebody's listening, someone really needs to reopen Novak. Talk to Bob, figure it out, bring back Novak speed controls. Should be done. Should be easily done. Just buy the name. If I had the money, I'd do it. I'd hire Bob on just for his just to have him on. That's it. Just to be the face. He doesn't have to do anything. Super nice guy. Always fun to be around. He was the last. Unfortunately, he's pretty much the last of the line of I call RC gods. I don't know. ProTech RC has not been around that long. Chris Shepard says ProTech RC. R3 RPM. RPM has not been around that long. I don't think RPM's been around that long. I'll have to look and see. I don't think we've carried RPM has not been around that long. We didn't really start carrying RPM stuff until the SC10 came out. RPM had a front bumper that attached the front kick cup back to where the servo mounts, so you wouldn't snap the chassis in half. That's probably when we first started really carrying RPM stuff. Maybe a little bit before then. Trinity. Ooh, actually 7 companies. Look at that. Eric Adams with a 7th company. I forgot about Trinity. Technically, yes, we've carried Trinity. I don't know if we've always carried Trinity motors. So we've carried Trinity battery packs. But Trinity motors we've always carried. So yeah, Trinity we've had since. So there's 7 companies. I've been trying to figure this out. Yeah, Trinity. There's still 1 company left out there. Yep, just 1 more. I had this written down at one point in time. I know it's written down somewhere. But Trinity definitely is another one I've carried since day one, even though they're owned by Horizon now. Losi's owned by Horizon. Associated's owned by Thunder Tiger. Airtronics is no longer around, kind of. They're owned by Sanwa, which they've always owned by Sanwa. They just... The way, if I remember right, the way Airtronics worked is Airtronics was a couple. They basically got the rights into distribute Sanwa in the States, but they wanted to call it Airtronics. So they called it Airtronics, but then they passed away, and then when they passed away, that basically went back to They passed away, so the name got to go back to Sanwa again. That's why it's called Sanwa again. Sanwa is what it's called throughout the rest of the world, just not United States. Hobby King. No, definitely not Hobby King. You gotta think of manufacturer, not manufacturer. Yeah, manufacturer. Well, I guess they're all manufacturers. Oops. You got to think of a vehicle manufacturer. How about that? We'll give you guys little hints. It is a vehicle manufacturer. Ooh, Yokomo's close, but not quite. Eric Adams for the win. Kyosho. We have carried Kyosho for the full 37 years. Not always their cars, but we've had like their springs in stock. When we first opened, we carried the Optima line, of course. There's Christopher Shepard with his slow phone again. Yes, Kyosho is correct. So Kyosho, Trinity, Airtronics, Associated Losi, Associated MIP Proline, Airtronics MIP are all the companies we've carried since day one and have not stopped carrying them. 37 years. That's a long time. Scott Pearson, how you doing, sir? Scott Pearson is an old school racer. Still waiting for the answer to what was the first RC10 with 12mm shocks. Heck yeah, here's to another 37 years exactly. You know, even that MHOR RC Raceway is up for sale, and I won't be part of it anymore. I still hope the best for MHOR RC Raceway. I want them I want it to succeed. I want it to be bigger and better than it could ever be before. Good to hear from you too, Scott. So these shocks are a pain in the butt to bleed. Anytime you don't have a bleeder screw type thing in there, they're a pain to bleed. Gary Adams still trying, but not quite. The .2 is correct. Well, kind of correct. I'd accept that as an answer, but not the 44 part. B42, yes. Actually, B4.1 version 2, kind of. So originally, 12mm shocks came out on the B4.1, but not the original release of the B4.1. The second release of the B4.1. Let's see, what do they call anything special? Let's see here. Try to look it up here. Let's see. (2013) RC10B 4.1 World's Kit Big Bore Combo. First card to have 12mm shocks. Actually, it's kind of weird because 13. I think they had these backwards on here. And later, the B42 came out. The B42 had 12mm shocks with it originally. So the RC10B 4.1 World's Kit Big Bore Combo was the correct answer. But I would take B4.2 just because that's the easier one to do. I don't think the B4.1 World's Kit combo really was out that long to make scene. Pretty amazed I'm getting these down pretty good here. You gotta be careful when you tighten these down. Sometimes when you tighten them down, the O-ring will squirt out one side. There we go. Actually, I guess originally RPM, we used to sell their shock wrench, which would fit here. You could tighten the top up on it. I'm gonna make sure the shock goes all the way out and all the way in. It will bounce back out a little bit. That's fine. Yeah, it's tight here. There we go. So if Sean King is on here still, I just got a message from Team Associated. Looks like you are the only one so far with missing pages in your instruction manual. Sean King is missing second and third page and very last page, I think. I don't know why I'm filling these up with oil. They're just going to leak all over the place after a while because they're not going to do anything, but figure why not. Yes, it does add value to your kit. Alright, so next we need these things here. Just too lazy to... So these only go in one way. Or they're only supposed to go in one way. One side will... It goes in, the other side is tight. Ooh, that was kind of scary. Do not over tighten these when you're doing it. Let's see. Do not over tighten these when you do it. You'll snap these, and I'm afraid these are going to snap. So be careful with that. Spring. Cups. So the original RC10, this little slot that's in here wasn't there. Major pain in the ass. So in order to get these on, you had to pull down and then put your end piece on and off. You know, change springs, pull this down, pull the end piece off, slide this off, and then you can get your spring off. People used to start cutting slots in there that eventually started making them like this. All right, we have front shocks done there. Almost got the rear shocks done here. Let's see. I don't know if he wins a prize, but he has the honor of being the only one so far. I wish I would have done the bottoms clear too. That's me being picky though. Definitely seat breaking one of these if you're not careful. All right, there we go. Shocks done. Well, it says. I love how they keep mixing metric in here with this. So it says on my thing here, metric, 6.5 millimeters front. They also did, where else did I see? Oh, tie rods, I think it was. Yeah, tie rods give you inch and metric. I have to yell at Kurt for that. I think it's funny. Hey, buddy. How much did it say? 6.0 millimeters. Yeah, close enough. Holy cow. Wow. You really have to put the fronts down far, don't you? Oh, the days before threaded shock bodies. So there's a company out, or there was a company out called Hams Groomer. They made clear shock bodies, which I've got some around somewhere. I need to dig them out and find them. But they make clear shock bodies, which are really cool. They didn't really do anything. They just looked really cool, being clear. I gotta see if I can find them. They look really cool on an RC10. I know I have a full set somewhere. Alright, so shock bushings. Still kind of curious if you can dye this or not. They say no because it's polycarbonates. But if you could dye it and just give it like a tint of a color, I think it'd look really cool. The other thing they say you could do is you could put LEDs through this and make it all light up, which that's another option as well. Now the biggest mistake most people do when they put shocks on, especially like this old school stuff, is they over tighten this top nut. Oh, I forgot to put a washer. Really cool washers. Thanks, Colby. Thanks for joining us. Whose off-road kit had the first threaded shock bodies? I was just thinking about that. Let's see here. So no 10mm shock was threaded. I was wondering, actually they were. Actually, they did have threaded shock bodies. So 44.1 had threaded shocks on it. B4 factory team. Let's see. B3 team kit didn't have them. I'm cheating. I'm looking it up online. Oh, it did not. No, that's parts for B4. threaded shock bodies on the Losi were only available as an aftermarket item. Those were the hard anodized, the hard bodies came threaded. They didn't come in a kit unless maybe Kinwald's did. Because Kinwald kit or a Matt Francis kit would have come with everything. Where's Larry Doe when you need him? Larry Doe would know that one. Instruction manual. Yeah, B4 Factory Team was the first with threaded shock bodies to come in the kits. But I would probably say, let's see here, favorites, Evolution. When did the B4 Factory Team come out? B3, B4. $2003. Yeah, B4 would be the first one. Because SC10 4x4 had them too, but that was not until like 2012, somewhere around there. Let's see here. All right. Got my messages done here. I'll do the rears here next. Oh, fronts. So the fronts have this little step in here. That step has to go towards the back. Wow, it's a short little set screw. This set screw used to be a lot longer. Should be a lot longer. Oops. The pin fell straight out. There we go. This set screw is way too short. This set screw should be longer. Oops. falls right out. Not used to stuff just falling out of the RC10. Usually they stuck right in. Oops. There we go. All right, your rear shocks. Again, do not over tighten these rear shocks because as your shock goes up and down, it actually pivots out. If you tighten this up too tight, your shock can't pivot out and it'll actually bind your suspension. Yeah. Same thing at the front. The only reason why this nut here just prevent it from falling out. There's no need to over tighten it, which most people do. The biggest problem most people have is they over tighten stuff. Alright, which hole are you going to put it in? We're going to put it in the second hole. Nope. Alright, bear with me a minute here, guys. Sorry. Where's Anchorage House of Hobbies eating it today? Local favorite restaurant today's Chicken Shack. Ooh, that looks really good, Brian. If you haven't liked Brian Raffis's Anchorage House of Hobbies, you need to go over and like his page, please. Where they at right now? Still 9.9. Haven't reached 10 yet. Menu. More. There we go. Sorry, I gotta get all my things up here so I can. Ooh, Jeff Schumacher. Ooh, I don't know about that. Schumacher have threaded shock bodies way back then? Schumacher's one of the few companies. It's actually one of the only companies I've never built a car from Schumacher. I've owned one for a little bit. A Procat. Procat had clip-ons. How about later in life? First RC car to have inboard shocks. First RC car. Wow. All right. I know I told you not to do this, but I don't know about Schumacher. Schumacher could. Schumacher's always had weird Weird technology. I remember sitting down with Cecil Schumacher and him explaining to me low polar inertia, low polar movements. And basically the way he described it to me is if you take a bar and you put the weights on the outside and try and move it, it's really hard to move. But if you take that same weight and move it between your hands and try and move it, you can move a lot quicker. So that's what Schumacher tries to do. They try to move more of their weight to the inside so the car can rotate quicker. Kind of an interesting thing. All right, bear with me a second here, guys. I have to go pick something up from upstairs real quick. Sorry about that, guys. All right. So let's see. We are on page 16 now. Let's see here. Nose brace tube. So we're on bag H. This has definitely been a fun build. Thank you guys for Sears? I don't think I said Sears. PB Prop Sears. PB Prop on YouTube here. Oops. Gotta lock up on YouTube here. I think I locked up on YouTube. Oh, there we go. Now we're back. My God, the screw with the hole through it. All right, let's see here. Front nose brace tubes. It's nice. These are a shiny silver. They'll go here and here. 16th wrench. What size is that? 050. 3/32. 16th. Hardest part of this whole build for me has been just trying to find my wrenches. Used to go nowhere with like a quarter drive. I couldn't find a quarter drive at the shop to save my life. It's kind of funny, but eh. Let's see. Welcome all the new people who have joined us here. Building the RC10CC, the clear classic clear, either way. I think this kit's gone together pretty well. Definitely better than the original ever went together. I will say that. The things I don't like about this kit, it should have come with bearings. Even though the original one didn't, I understand that. But when you buy bearings fairly cheap nowadays, I mean 16 bucks. Probably should have come with bearings. It should come with 2 of these because it should go here like this for an original, not like this. Because I'd like to put, I think, a wiper arm speed control in one, so I need 2 of these to be able to do that with. I think the ball cups could be drilled a little bit bigger. They're a little tight. In fact, the next one I build, I'm probably going to drill them out a little bit to make it easier to put together. It would have been nice if it would have come with the speed control because it's a display model. It would have been nice if it would have come with the manual speed control. Oh, look at it. That's how they do it. I see. there. They fixed those holes. So originally the ball, well, you might be able to see it on this kit here. Let's see. Yeah, you can definitely see on this kit here. So they fixed, you can see here, under chassis. This car's in great shape except these two holes, which for some reason, I don't know why, I was guilty of it. Everybody who owned RC10 was guilty of it at some point in time. They drilled random holes in the bottom for some reason whatsoever. But this one has these two random holes in it. But these holes right here are originally to run the battery back and forth. You can see how offset these are. I have no idea why these are offset. If anybody knows the answer to that, maybe you can ask that. But you can see they fixed it on this side here. They've actually countersunk these screws so it can be used there. Well, that's kind of funny. They put it in the wrong hole. This should be where the hole's at for your antenna. You know, it's on the wrong side. But this hole down here is where they want you to put it. So these screws do not go very well into these holes. As far as countersunk is. Give me my wrench. So you definitely see they stick out, protrude out a little bit. So they could be countersunk a little bit better. These are actually really good. Associated, again, need to release these screws, these screws, these screws for the rest of the RC10 community. Alright, so there's that there. Kind of where they call that in bag I, but it's actually in bag H. Ouch. Hey, look, I poked myself. They should always use scissors. Never find one when you need one. Usually have band-aids down here. Nope. Hi, back. Medical emergency. I was bound to do it sooner or later. Of course, I have oil on my hands, so Band-Aid doesn't stick very well. Of course, could be I buy cheap Band-Aids, who knows. Alright, I'll put these in my toolbox. I'm bound to do it sooner or later. Alright, so let's see here. Quit using knife, use scissors. Okay. I love the fact they anodize all this stuff black. A little bit of Loctite on these. I think it has a clear. Jeff Bettis asked if it's a raw aluminum chassis has a clear coat. I think it has a clear coat on it because the top side is definitely flat. It has kind of like a flat to it. So I definitely say it has a clear coat on it. It's flat and clear coat. It's kind of two separate words, but it's, you get my gist. Kind of a clear anodized on silver. Alright, so I need those separate. Don't know if this servo is going to work here or not, but we're going to try it. Usually the stock servo holes weren't quite in the right location, so you had to drill them out. I really don't want to drill them out, so I might just put one screw in the bottom just to hold it in place so it looks good. Yeah, I might get a little color on those parts. Matt on YouTube feed here. I think it's good unless I draw blood at least once during a build. So you push this in, you push it in, and then rotate it around. And of course I have this upside down. Okay, of course it'd be nice if you put a ball stud here because you did include extra ball cups in with everything. It's like center hole. Down. And bend. Of course this stuff doesn't bend as well as... doesn't flex as well as nylon does. Alright, let's see if I can do this without breaking it. There it goes. And I know it's the wrong wheel on here, but it's all right. That thing does not go in there very well, does it? All right, let's see here. So the main reason why we call stuff servo tape is because servo tape used to hold everything in place, including like servos like this. That's all. Then you'd hit something and it'd fall off, and well, that center one's way too short. So on the center link right here, oops, center link right here, it should be, the outside of the ball cup should be the same as this, 1 3/4, but I have to look at, double check that my measurement on that, see if that's right or not, because that just does not look right. I'm going to cut these a little shorter. Maybe. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's about right. Let's see if I can get this other screw in. Alright, there we have a servo in now. Alright. Receiver that side, speed control. Okay, I have a speed control here. Old school Novak. Of course, there's a wrong plug on it. It has an old school. That is... Alright, question. What plug is this? Trivia question, there you go. Trivia question, what plug is this? What manufacturer? Anybody know? Anybody? Anybody know what that plug is? What's the name of it? What manufacturer? Tennis straw. Should have been clear. Should have been clear. The original one was clear. This one should have been clear. Awful quiet, guys. Come on. What's the name of this plug? Anybody? That plug right there. Yeah, it should be. The antenna is black, but the original car was actually clear. The antenna tube was clear. So, because it's a clear car, it should probably come with a clear tube. It's me being picky, though. No big deal. Either way, it's still cool. I couldn't imagine how many of these plugs are buried in the track somewhere. It's a wrong ear motor, I know, but they give you motor screws? They did not. So back in the day, the only screws in any RC10 that were metric were, of course, the motor screws. Actually, I have some. Nobody has the answer to that? I guess some of my trivia questions are a little before your guys' time. So this is a Futaba G plug. The plug they currently use is a Futaba J plug. This is the G plug. Now, question is, does anybody know what the name of these rims are? These rims have a name to them. I don't know if they're really the official name of them, but that's what they're called by everybody. I'm just a walking encyclopedia of useless knowledge some days. It's a speed control. Does anybody know what this rim design is called? Yep. Anybody? Anybody know what the rim design's called? Hey, Eric Adams, pay attention. Yes, they're called Jelly Bean because of jelly bean shape inside of them. That is correct. Eric Adams. It's called Jelly Bean. What's in the use case right now? I don't know. I'm not at the shop right now. We have some rollers in the case. I think we have a T62 in the case. B62 in the case. That's about it. The use case is really bare right now. Need to work on filling it back up again. All right, let's see here. Yeah, the reason I'm called RC Yoda is because I have a bunch of useless RC knowledge stuck in my head. All right. For faster motors, it's recommended you glue the tire bead to the wheels. Oh, these are a lot softer. Holy cow, these are like way softer than original. All right, these are 3-piece wheels. First one goes inside. Just like that there. This goes here. Now these are a pain to put together. This is where dish soap comes in handy. Glue on your fingers, on the beads. Allows them to pop in. A lot easier. Just like that. A lot easier if you use dish soap. Sorry, but my hands are getting tired here, so we're going to cheat a little bit. I don't know how I used to build cars way back then. I'm not tightening these down all the way with this cordless screwdriver. I'm just kind of getting them started. Go back, finish them off by hand. Oh yeah, definitely need to glue those. So the original ones were a lot harder. These tires are pretty soft, so they do spin in these rims if you're not careful. Like you can see, if I do this, I can actually spin the wheel. So now I can see why they say glue them if need be. One done. Doesn't take a lot. There we go. Again, I'm not tightening them down all the way tight. I'll do that rest by hand. My hand's just getting tired of doing these. I don't know how I used to do them a long time ago. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed this build. I've enjoyed building it, so. Remember, if you haven't yet, go over to Anchorage House of Hobbies and like their page. I wonder if I can, on their Facebook page, let's see if I can tag them here. There they are. Hopefully they can get the last 20 they needed for to get them over 10,000. You know where I'm at. He's probably beating me now. He's way above me. All right, rear. Definitely worried about these because this polycarbonate is not as flexible as stock plastic. Now these are a little different. Jeff Bettis, if you're still on, did you pick up your cars? If you did, we were talking about the 035, you use a pin vise, it worked really well. So if you guys missed that part, for the screws that go into idler gears to hold the bearing in place, using a pin vise, definitely worth doing. Damn owner. I was out there at 8:30 this morning. You could stop by. We are building the RC10 Classic here in front of me right here. Oops. It's actually... zoom out a little bit of my mess. This is the RC10CC, your clear classic or classic clear kit. Look at the bottom of that thing. Like, thank Team Associated for allowing us to have this kit. I know it'd be really cool if they released all their kits in clear, just for display purposes. I know everyone wants to run them, but I don't care for that. Piece you put in the middle kind of rattles a little bit. Still not bad. So, see if I had these. Ooh, let's see here. Let's try this. Hey, Ryan's back. Hopefully Ryan's... I'm not done yet. I cut myself, you know. I had to get, you know, urgent care taken care of. Are you at 10,000 yet? How far off are you? $18 left. Wow. You're getting close. So if you had aluminum, that's what they look like. Kind of cool. But I don't want to use those yet. Need to find the other set. Hey Ryan, you have any aluminum half rims for Associated by Team RC Racing? You know, somebody has them. They're sitting in their shop and they've never used them, or they've been sitting in a bag in the back room or something. Maybe bag would look like this. I'm looking for fronts, or I'm looking for the centerline versions, front and rear. If you've got them, I want them. Mike Winters, do you have a set? We want to sell it? Looking for the centerline version is what I really like. Ooh. What I really want Ryan to do is, I want Ryan to do a video going through his dad's display cases and showing off some of the cool RC stuff that's sitting there. I want to see that. Hey, they changed it. Hey, look at that. Mike Winters, you say you have a set. What set do you have? Oops. You have the Jelly Bean set, or do you have the Centerline set? Oh no, you have to put the knockoffs on. Oh, you're right. Sorry, Jeff, you're right. Knockoffs. It's going to be display model. You might as well use the knockoffs. There we go. Knockoffs. So originally the RC10 front axle thread was 540. And so was the slipper, or the diff. If anybody can tell me why, I have no idea, honestly, why they went 540 instead of 440, please let me know. I'd like to know. These are hard on the fingers. Holy cow. All right, there we go. Ooh, those knockoffs are tough on the fingers. Okay, 3D printer people, make something you can hang on to put these knockoffs on a lot easier. That just does not work. Just shooting out ideas to you guys. Make hundreds of pennies. But yeah, I really want Ryan to show off his dad's and his collection that they have just sitting there. I'd love to see that. I know there is a Legends kit, RC10 Legends kit in there from the rumors I've heard. So I think that alone you need to go follow Anchorage House of Hobbies just to ask them if they could, if Ryan would show off all of his cool toys behind the glass. That's definitely too short. Where was that? Middle. 0.49. Oh yeah, I made that way wrong. I made this too short. So again, if you get a chance, go follow Anchorage House of Hobbies. They're 18 away from 10,000. Hey Ryan, what are you doing Tuesday? What's on the agenda for Tuesday's build? Every Tuesday, pretty much Ryan takes on a build of some kind. Last time I tuned in, he was painting a Tamiya touring car. So what's on the workbench for this week? He's left again, I think. That's better. All right. There we go. Now, I won't be able to have time to paint the bodies, stuff like that. But I did get some inspiration earlier. So first inspiration is this right here. This right here is my homage to Jay Halsey's paint job. Let's see. I think I have a picture here somewhere. Throw up in the corner up there. So this right here is my homage to Jay Halsey. The clear version, though, of course. Okay, let's see here. You cannot. Put these in, facing in. It's like Kerry Adams finally got his clear delivered. So this is my homage to, maybe, if I get this thing on here. To Jay Halsey. It's all clear, so you can see right through it. Kind of a clear representation of his paint job. I still have to do a wing, of course. That is number one. Number two. Let's see here. Let's go that away. Let's go here. Image. The next one is clear homage to Mr. Clifflet. What do you guys think? All clear? You do still put holes in for the rear wing mount. This is actually a Mirage body. This is a repop of the Mirage body. But that's basically it. So there's the RC10 clear. I still have to work on a stock body. I want to do a stock body, the same kind of concept as this here. Loose. It is loose. But there you go. That is the RC10 clear classic clear, sorry. RC10 classic clear. Silver, black screws. I think they did a great job with it. Some things I would recommend. I'd recommend maybe drilling out the ball cups a little bit bigger, so it's not as hard to thread the tie rods in. In fact, I'm thinking I'm going to redo all these just so they don't look so stressed out. 2, Associated needs to make these black screws available to everybody. 3, it needs another cup in it so we can go side to side with it. Need to really start making parts available for the old RC10 kits. Repop those. I think that's about it. Thank you guys for joining me. I really do appreciate it. This didn't quite take quite as long as I thought it would, which is a good thing. I was expecting all the way to 5, but we're almost to 4 Mountain Standard Time. Probably would have been faster if I wouldn't have cut myself, you know. I was hoping to get a couple parts in the mail show up for this. One of the coolest things, let me see if I can find it here while I'm talking to you guys. If you guys are on Facebook, RC Tech or anything like that. Oops. Let's see here. See. If you haven't seen this yet, Curtis Hussings, I think it was. Yeah, Curtis Hussings has made this available in a poster form. Let's see if I can find it here. Image. And he's selling them. Selling this poster. They're supposedly airbrushed recreations of the original RC10, Masami's, all the way up to Kinwald's RC10. These are available for purchase. Let's see, I remember how much that was. For $45. That includes shipping. $76 for 2, $110 for 3. If you go to Facebook and look up RC10 Talk and just type Curtis Hussings, Husting, they will. You can get some ordered through him. I was hoping mine would show up in time, but they haven't. It hasn't shown up yet. But these are really cool. I think they're a cool thing to put in your hobby room, and I can't wait to get mine. So, something else for you to look at. So, things to remember if you're looking for screws for the original RC10 Team K&K. If you're looking for 035 wrench MIP, same thing as their .09 millimeter. Who else is out there? Oh, Fun RC for repops of RC10 parts. Like that there. This is for RC10T. And of course they have cups and stuff. And what else do they have? Oh, here's Team K&K. This is RC10 screw kits here. All stainless steel screws. So that's a great place to go through. Who else do we have? Of course, thank Team Associated for the cars. And with Team Associated, they do offer bodies separately. So don't forget that. They also offer ball cups separately, which are definitely nice to have. And anything else? I think that's about it. Hopefully you guys had fun watching me. I had fun building this. I can't wait to take this to shop, and we'll display it at the shop for a while. And I get a wing on it and everything like that. They have your wing wire pre-bent back here. This is back when you lose your wing through the race because the wing is not screwed to the car anymore. They use actually original old school wing buttons, which is kind of nice, until you have to try and get through this bend. Oh, maybe not too bad. Oops. So I'd say this RC10 Classic Clear is a winner. It's a great display piece. I know a lot of people are going to they're talking about running it. Go for it. Do whatever you want. It's yours. I don't really see anything majorly wrong with it. I mean, there's some things that are not correct period-wise, but it still looks good on your wall. Majority of people see this on your wall, on your shelf, and never notice the difference. So, good luck out there, guys. Thank you very much. Have a great week. Till next time, good luck at racing.